Okay, so we are going to reconvene into open session, and there's going to be a closed session announcement from City Attorney Quinn Barrow.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council went into closed session earlier to discuss 3 separate items. The Council gave direction, and there was no other reportable action taken.
Right, thank you. So we're going to adjourn from closed session, and welcome to the City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. And thank you for understanding the inconvenience to having to come over here to Jocelyn Center. We're still getting the council chambers ready, so next week, or I'm sorry, the next meeting on the 17th we'll be there. So can we call the meeting to order? I'm sorry, the pledge to the flag. So we have Presley and Cash Montgomery. If you would come up. Whoa, how about that, huh? And you want to just say your name for everybody?
Hi, I'm Presley Seiler.
Okay, great. So we're going to have you lead the pledge. I'll hold the microphone, and there's the flag. So you can go ahead and start. Put your hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, that was terrific, and I'm sure it's hard to do it after the long summer, right? Not doing it every day. Well, Presley and the Montgomery family are neighbors of ours on Pine Avenue, and I always have to go slow when I go by because Presley's out there shooting a basketball on a basketball hoop, and you're doing really, really well. So you want to introduce your brother?
This is my brother Cash, and yeah.
Okay. And Mom, why don't you come up here and tell us a little bit about Presley and Cash and yourselves?
Oh, I didn't know we were going to have to speak, so that's good. This is Presley and Cash. They go to Pacific Elementary. She's 9, Cash is 7. Yeah, we're neighbors, so he always sees us outside playing and playing pickleball, playing basketball. They're super active, and yeah, we love where we live. We are always outside, so yeah, we're happy to be here, and thanks for asking us to do this. It's great. Yeah, she was so excited.
And are you happy that they're back in school?
Oh, yeah. Summer was really good, but it was really long, so we're good. Yeah.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Well, we've got some certificates for Presley. There you go. And that's a city pin. And then Cash, we got one for you too. And what grade is Presley? Cash. Second. Oh, yeah. Well, here, why don't you, turn right around. Okay, actually, why don't you come up here and we'll join our fellow council members, and you'll get the whole crew. You were part of it. You were there. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate it. Okay.
Every kid lives on Pine in Manhattan Beach.
Well, you know, the water's pretty good there. And could we please have a roll call, Martha?
Councilmember Lesser,
Here.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Here.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth,
Present.
Mayor Franklin.
Here. Thank you. No, I think I turned it on. There we go. Okay, so we move on to item D, the ceremonial calendar. So today we had planned a presentation of a proclamation declaring September 2024 as National Service Dog Month, and this was at the request of Annette Ramirez, who needs a service dog. Is quite a compelling story that she told, so we wanted to give recognition to service dogs. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it to the meeting this evening, so we're going to make sure that we get her proclamation and her pin. We'll send them to their home. So it's National Service Dog Month. All right, so we moving on to item E, the approval of the agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances.
So moved.
Second, Montgomery.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Howorth and seconded by Councilmember Montgomery. Roll call.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth,
Yes.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
That was a
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great, thank you. Moving on to item F, City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events, 1 minute per person. And we have the podium right here in the middle.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Josh Murray. I am here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. I'd like to invite the adults of the community to join us on Tuesday, September 10th from 5 to 6 p.m. for a Vietnamese spring roll making class with Emmy. Vietnamese spring rolls are scrumptious and healthy choice of food, and they are made with fresh, crunchy vegetables, herbs, rice noodles, and wrapped in rice paper with tangy, sweet dipping sauce. Join us and learn how to make this delicious treat and surprise your family and friends with a fantastic new addition to your menu. This free program is sponsored by the Friends of the Manhattan Beach Library, and registration is available on our website, lacountylibrary.org. And I thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City officials, my name is Bobby Bell. I am the recycling educator for WM, the company previously known as Waste Management. I apologize for my casual attire and dressing you guys tonight. I had no other option. I apologize. A couple quick updates. We finished our lunchbox dispersal last Friday. We finished with Penny Camp. It was awesome. You guys know it's my favorite part of my job. And then we have kicked off our battery recycling drive at all the MBUSD schools. When I started here, they were just doing it for 2 months, and we just bumped it up. So year-long, any parent that has a child at any MBUSD school can just take out those old batteries, throw them in a bag, give them to the child. They can go to the main office and drop them off. If you don't have a child at the schools, we don't want you bombarding the schools, so we still have at your door who will come pick up hazardous items from you. Or there's a drop box here at the Jocelyn Center, at the City Hall office, and at Public Works. That's all I got. Wish you guys a blessed evening.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and City Council members. I just wanted to make an announcement that next week and the following week, 2 weeks later, Mayor Joe Franklin is having a coffee with the mayor, and MB Safe, Manhattan Beach Safe Alternatives for Everyone, will be present at that meeting. And so if anybody has any questions regarding homelessness or other issues regarding policies or best practices here in Manhattan Beach, please come and we will be there to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Oh, terrific, thank you, Rita. Take the pressure off of me.
I was just going to give you props, Bobby. Hello, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable Mayor, council members. I learned that greeting from Bobby Bell here at Waste Management. I'm David Curry, Chairman of the Board of Directors in the Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. And I was going to welcome Bobby Bell of Waste Management. They just joined our board, which is great to have a new corporate partner as a member of our board, along with our other great corporate and individual partners. So I'm here to just make a couple of announcements about our upcoming events. So on September 18th, we've got a mixer at Connecta Federal Credit Union in El Segundo. If you haven't been to their venue, it's a great venue. It's outdoors. It's set up like a restaurant patio. It's just terrific. So that'll be September 18th. On September...
And what time?
I believe our mixers start at 5:30, but it'll be on our Chamber of Commerce website as well. So I think that's when we start. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And on September 16th, we have a breakfast at Manhattan Beach Studios. I see my time ticking down. With Acting City Manager Talene Mirsakanian. We're really looking forward to it. The subject is tips on getting your permits successfully in and through the city. So looking forward to that. It's a complimentary community breakfast, and the food should be great, so everybody's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And congratulations to you, too, on your nomination. Anybody else? Colleagues? Do we have anything?
I'll save mine for next session. I'm good.
Okay. No? Okay. I just have a couple. I just wanted to make an announcement of the parking lots and structures. We're going to get more details later, but just in case you're not here later on for the update on lot number 3, we have now, we're keeping the shuttle, but we're expanding it. It's actually, the pickup is going to be at the Macy's parking lot in the Manhattan Village Mall, and it runs every 30 minutes. So it'll leave the mall at the top of the hour. First stop will be at 10th and Manhattan Avenue, so that's going to get you really close to the beach. And then the second stop will be in front of City Hall. So that will run Monday through Thursday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., and then Friday and Sunday, 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. So keep a lookout for that and use it. It's gotten very, very popular, so please use that. And it's a free ride as well. And then we have, I don't know, Martha, what's going on behind me? Do we have that list of the parking lots? Oh, there we go.
Close-up of you.
So we just got there was a community announcement that went out by email, but it had a really good recap of all the different parking structures. You're all aware that lot number 3 had to be taken offline because of structural problems. So that's 146 parking spaces that we lost right in the heart of downtown. So lot number 3 is bordered by Morningside, Center Avenue. It's basically behind Culture and Hennessy's and Esperanza, the lot there. And so it's going to have to come down. It's going to be, we're going to discuss a little bit about it later. But the point I'm trying to make is your favorite parking spot, the one that only you know about, is probably going to be gone because a lot of people are going to be parking down there. So try to find a lot that's on the outside of downtown and then just walk in. So did we, okay, yeah, there you go. So you're scrolling through some of them. So make sure you learn about other parking lots around town and use them accordingly. The Civic Center parking lot, normally that the gate doesn't go up until 5:30 or 5? 5? Yeah, 5 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then also on Friday. But now on Fridays, that gate will allow you to go in at 1 p.m. on Fridays. And then you can go ahead and park in there. It's normally a staff parking lot, so go ahead and take advantage of that. And then, of course, on the weekends, it's open. Okay? And on a personal note, I have some very good friends in town, Hetty and Alan, and I think they're watching. Hello. But Hetty and Alan, 40 years ago, are responsible for me learning about Manhattan Beach. They lived here. They invited me over. We all worked in the same office, and I haven't left since.
Now we know who to blame.
That's right. Yeah, well, I hold them harmless. Okay, so let's go move on to item number G, which is public comments. This is 3 minutes per person. You may speak on any matter that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, including items on the agenda, but if you do talk about a later agenda item, you won't have the opportunity to make public comments when that agenda item comes up. So,
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lee Phillips. I understand there's going to be a police safety update later this month. I received a notification, but I didn't see a Zoom link for it, and I was wondering if a Zoom link could be included. Another thing I noticed about those safety updates is there's no live Q&A. You write your question and you submit it. I was just wondering if maybe we can have a live Q&A with those safety updates. I think it would be very informative to hear how residents, it's not just the questions, but it's the tone, and also hearing a question might prompt other questions from other residents. Thank you for your consideration.
okay, thank you, Lee. Next. Public comments? Yep.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, Mayor Pro Tem Howorth, and City Council members. My name is Brenda O'Leary, and I'm here tonight to speak about Parking Lot 3. As you know, I've been serving on the Outdoor Dining Committee, and we've been looking at different ways to create outdoor dining. One of those ways is rooftop dining, which sounds amazing, but what we've found when we explore different rooftops is it can be very expensive. For Esperanza to convert their rooftop for ADA compliance would cost them about $1 million. So when we look at Parking Lot 3, I feel like that has served our community so well for so long, but it deserves so much more. It's an amazing lot in the heart of our community. It was built on the outskirts of the community, but now since we've developed Metlocks, it really does represent the heart of our community. So I'm sure people are listening to me saying, oh my God, what about parking? I believe that we've created the infrastructure to build that parking underground. And when you look at that, we've created that infrastructure at Metlocks where you can actually pull in underground, and if you were to continue that into the Parking Lot 3 space, you could just kind of bulldoze that wall, and you would turn right, and then maybe put an elevator for ADA compliance at Parking Lot 3 along with a stairwell, which would bring you up there. If you were to dig 2 levels, we could create far more parking than we're losing in Parking Lot 3. And that leaves that amazing space for our community. And that could serve our community in many different ways. I'm envisioning, you build a few stories up so you're above, the restaurants in front, and you could have an amazing rooftop space with a view from PV to Malibu that could be used by our entire community. And you would still have your parking. So I think that whenever you deal with development, it's hard because development means change. And we're used to having a parking lot. But there are many different ways to think about development and think about creative use of spaces. You're probably thinking, oh my God, this sounds expensive. We financed Metlocks with what's called COPS, and I don't mean the police paid for it. They are certificates of participation, which is like a bond, but instead of tapping into the community for money, that bond was financed by the revenue from the parking meters. We almost paid that off. We owe about $5 million more, and that's because we refinanced it. But it's very possible that we could create some sort of a financial structure like that. I believe to do this build would cost about $75,000 per parking space. And it's very possible we could create all of that space without tapping into the community for money. And then we would create an amazing opportunity to build something for our community, in the heart of our community, with an amazing lot that has served us well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Can you tell us when the next outdoor dining task force meeting is going to be?
It is next month. No, I don't think it's been declared yet.
Oh, okay. All right, so keep an eye out for that. All right. Anybody else here? Okay. Martha, how about on Zoom?
We have Jim Burton.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and our wonderful city staff. Like many, I've been out of town. I apologize. I have not been in chambers in person in quite a while, but I was home over the weekend, and I see you're in Joslyn Center, but I was home over the weekend and wanted to give a shout out to our public works and our traffic engineer. I see a left turn pocket on that'd be East Valley and Oak. That has been long overdue. I think that's wonderful. A lot of us in downtown use Valley to get to Rosecrans and thus Sepulveda. But yeah, kudos to our public works staff. I think that, and our traffic engineer, Eric Zandaleaf. I think that's absolutely fantastic. I think it was much needed. There were some other improvements. I'm not going to get into them right now, but again, great job. I do have one other item with our parking and the amount of effort that staff has put in to be creative. And our Downtown Business Professional Association, Joe Lamkin, I know has worked really hard to come up with some creative ideas for parking. All of the shuttles, all the new lots, I think are great. I think it absolutely helps. Any additional parking, particularly for those of us who live in the heart, as Ms. O'Leary said, of downtown, getting in and out, it's been good to see some different alternatives. I do have one request. The intersection of Morningside and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. And think about if you're going west towards the pier on Manhattan Beach Boulevard and you want to make a left on Morningside to go southeast, what is that? South, I guess. That intersection is extremely congested. There's a bulb out there. There's not room for 2 cars. And I know we've got the new Union Bank temporary parking. There's a lot of cars that are turning on there. We have 2 spots that are loading zones that are within the meters there, right behind what was then John Baju's, now Health Nut. Those loading zones are not big enough. The truck that delivers there actually has to park across the street in the meters on Morningside because it's too big to fit in those 2 loading zones. But if the wonderful staff that we have in the public works, if there's some new parking things, that intersection at Morningside and Manhattan Beach Boulevard if you're turning left, you cannot fit 2 cars. It is extremely congested, and now we've got a lot more cars going through there. If we can take a look at that as part of this effort, that would be fantastic. I've got other items to talk about, but it'll be on the agenda. It's on agenda item number 4. Appreciate your time, and it's good to hear from everybody.
Great, thank you, Mr. Burton.
There's no additional requests.
Okay, so, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last Thursday night, 9 p.m., 2,100 hours. I know Chief Johnson will like this part of it. I was at Ralph's, like most of you go shopping late at nighttime because you miss the crowds, right? So I came out of CVS, I was walking 10 feet away from the Ralph store, and I see a guy push through the people to get out. Yeah, remember the little black shopping baskets you have when you leave Ralph's? He pushed out, stopped for a second. I could see people look at him, stop for a second. They go, hey, looked at me and just took off. Just took off towards the Wells Fargo branch. And instinctually, I just started running after the guy. But he was about 30 years younger and a heck of a lot faster. But the mayor asked me why I did it. Instinct part of it, being a former police officer, instinct kicked in. I chased after him. Then I realized I'm not going to catch this guy. So I stopped, zoomed in on my iPhone, and got a picture of his truck, his car, tried to get the plates as well as I could. But that was my mistake. Instead of emailing it, I did email it later on to Chief Johnson and Captain Enriquez. But I should have done the first thing I didn't do, and that's call dispatch right away. Even though I couldn't make out the car. I couldn't tell you the plate. I got a brief description of the guy just running by. That was it. I think the mistake I should have done is call dispatch right away. Yes, I saw officers later on at Target, the younger, faster, thinner ones that would have caught him probably faster. But I just want to warn everybody, that happens to you, and it wasn't, as Captain Enriquez says, he doesn't advise anyone running after a theft suspect. But I was just mad, right in front of me. Security guard didn't move an inch. No one else chased this guy. And what would you done? I think Mayor Franklin asked, what would you done if you caught him? I would have knocked the basket out of his hands, for one. I was just angry and nothing else happened. That we're becoming a place that you can get hit like that. And if someone else had been there, an officer had been closer, I guarantee they'd have caught him. If I could get his plate or called it in, maybe we could have caught him that night. Turns out, later down the road, or a couple days later, Count Saboski got the same call about the same car. They chased, but he took off. Small world. But that was the point of it, is that I think that it wasn't a smart move to do it in the first place. The right move would have been stop, take a picture, call PD and dispatch, let them see they can catch the car and get lucky. But the other part of it was we all got to be aware that's going to happen in our city until things change down the road, hopefully in November, where the crimes will be held accountable. We'll go after them that way. But until then, don't do what I did. Do the smart thing, call dispatch and go from there. But as Chief and Captain Enriquez remind me, we'll know for next time, or I'll find a younger, faster cop to go after them. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Montgomery. Stay safe. Okay, anybody else? No? Okay, so we'll close public comments. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. Item number H.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Howorth and seconded by Councilmember Lesser.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth,
Yep.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. Moving on to item I. Items removed from the consent calendar, there were none. So item number J, public hearings, there are none. So we'll move on to item K, general business. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes on each general business item. And agenda item number 4, consideration of a resolution approving a commercial encroachment permit for an existing commercial tenant space located at 401 Manhattan Beach Boulevard. And we have...
Honorable Mayor,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
City Council, tonight Adam Feinstein, Planning Manager, will give you a presentation.
Evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Adam Feinstone, Planning Manager for the City of Manhattan Beach. Item before you tonight is a request for an encroachment permit, for a commercial encroachment permit for a new tenant going into a facility at 401 Manhattan Beach Boulevard. Pursuant to Manhattan Beach Municipal Code Section 7.36.170, long-term commercial use of the public right-of-way requires an encroachment permit, which must be issued by the City Council. The encroachment permit is for modification to an accessible ramp. It is required because a new tenant there has proposed modifications to the building that include the relocation of the front door. Note that an encroachment already exists, and the request is coming before you tonight because the encroachment area and design have changed. Exhibits will be provided shortly in this presentation to demonstrate those changes. As a bit of background, a master use permit amendment was approved by the Planning Commission on July 24th of this year. That decision was brought to the council here as a quasi-judicial report on August 6th. And then the request here that we're looking at for the encroachment permit was provided to the City Council on August 20th. At that meeting, additional details were requested, and it was continued to the future meeting. That's where we are here tonight. As previously mentioned, a master use permit amendment was recently adopted by the Planning Commission under the authority granted to them by the city's local coastal program. The amendment authorized changes to the amount of indoor and outdoor space dedicated to seating area. It extended the hours allowed for outdoor dining to end at 11 p.m. rather than 10 p.m., and it authorized the sale of distilled spirits in addition to beer and wine, subject to ABC approval of a Type 47 ABC license. Note that this information is being provided for context and is not subject to consideration at tonight's meeting. For reference, the image here shows the existing condition of the ramp that is outside of what is currently Pitfire Pizza. That access ramp there is in the public right-of-way. On the proposed site plan here, that green oval there is the encroachment area, and you'll see in more detail on this slide that it shows the enlarged site plan. The ramp is delineated by planters that separate it from the adjacent sidewalk. As outlined in red, the proposed encroachment area is almost 258 square feet. As a condition of approval of the encroachment permit, the applicant would be required to pay $3 a square foot for use of the public right-of-way, equating to a monthly recurring revenue to the city of $773. It should be noted that there's no fee currently being collected for the existing encroachment. And as a bit of reference, the existing and proposed encroachments are shown on the plans are shown here. Note that the proposed encroachment will not extend any further into the sidewalk, and it basically just flips the direction of the ramp there. So instead of going up to the left, it goes up to the right. That concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions?
I have two.
Yes, Councilmember Lesser.
We've received communications from the public, and I want to confirm exactly what is before council tonight. What is the decision that's before us, and
Absolutely.
what is not before us?
Sure. So the request before you tonight is specifically related to the encroachment permit for the ramp that's in the right-of-way. The master use permit has been reviewed, considered, approved by the Planning Commission already.
There's a reference in the staff report with regard to the fee schedule for encroachments, and I wanted to confirm, what is the criteria that goes into that encroachment per square footage, and when is it next scheduled for review? I think is it $3 per square foot, President?
It is $3 per square foot currently. I can't speak to what the parameters are to determine that, but we are going through a user fee study right now, and I presume that that'll be part of that discussion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Clarify, Your Honor. My understanding is if the encroachment is not approved, though, then the master permit is not in effect either.
That's correct.
Okay. Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
But
Howorth?
sorry, and I believe you said that the ramp that's proposed does not further encroach than what is there now. It changes the direction of the ramp.
That's correct.
So it's a design aspect, so it's, okay.
Okay, no more questions. We'll open it up for public comment. Anybody wish to speak on this item? Here, seeing none in council chambers, how about online?
Jim Burton.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, I would ask that you do not allow the change and you do not allow the encroachment, and specifically what Councilmember Napolitano said, if you don't allow it, the master agreement that was approved by Planning Commission does not go in effect for a variety of reasons. Number one, and I apologize, I've been out of, like I said, I've been out of town. I wasn't really aware that this 11 o'clock for alcohol outdoors, and I'm not sure what Planning Commission is thinking and or why we sit on an outdoor dining task force and why the city is currently studying this, and yet this will be the biggest and largest outdoor patio in Manhattan Beach, in the heart of Manhattan Beach, and there really should be some consideration. I realize that the master use, as Adam said, has already been approved, but if you don't approve the encroachment permit, it's not in effect. And I guess my bigger question is just policy related. What are we doing? Number one, why wasn't this appealed at council on August 6th? And it's my understanding, Councilmember Napolitano, you moved it off the consent calendar, but this is a major change for downtown Manhattan Beach. And certainly in direct eyesight from residents, I can already hear Culture Brewing is just turned into the loudest thing on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, and I'm further away. Culture Brewing's further away. The noise that's going to be generated, the traffic, the alcohol hours at 11 o'clock. I know outdoor dining, I think right now they're recommending 10 o'clock. But just some general policy issues on how all of this is being implemented. And if you don't approve the encroachment, they can't get the rest of this. And so I'm trying to have a good attitude or have a good position on this. But this is a massive change for downtown Manhattan Beach at the same intersection I was talking about earlier, actually. Anyway, just I hope that you vote no and don't allow the encroachment permit change. And the fee, $3. I hope that long-term that we look at those fees and those fees go up. I'll yield the rest of my time if I have any. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
There's no additional requests.
Okay. Public comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, council members. My name's Sam Trude. I'm the owner of the business in question. I guess what I'd like to speak to is a little bit about who we are as a business, right? So it's a family-owned business. We're an all-day cafe, right? So we serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're in 3 great neighbourhoods within Los Angeles right now. Wonderful neighbourhoods, of which we are amazing, well-loved parts of those neighbourhoods. We're incredibly excited about coming to Manhattan Beach. Now, we do have liquor at all of our locations. It's a very small part of what we do as a business. We sell more coffee than we do beer and wine and liquor because of our cafe concept. We did go through the process that was requested of us to go to the commission to ask for this, the use and the liquor license, and we did what was requested and it was approved. If there are concerns with our use, with our liquor license and our hours, I'm really happy to address those. We did request till 11 p.m. because that's how our other businesses operate. I'd be willing to concede some of those hours because we typically close at 10 o'clock regardless, because we are a cafe, we're not a bar. We don't have TVs, we don't have bars, we don't even display liquor because we open at 8 o'clock for coffee and breakfast. We're a family restaurant. We signed this lease a year ago. It's taken us a year to get here. And you better bet that our landlord isn't giving us any rent concessions. We spent a lot of money just to get to this point. And if this encroachment, which is a minor encroachment, we're just flipping the direction of a ramp because we're moving the door. If it's not approved, then you're right. We're going to have to go back to planning. It's going to take us months and a lot more investment. And it's, as a small family business, that's tough. So if there are concerns with our use, I'm happy to address those at any time. What I'm asking you is to not just throw it out and deny this just so you can, throw us back to the end of the line. And anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in chambers? And no more left online? Okay, so we're going to close public comment for this item. And comments by my colleagues.
Couple questions of staff, since the issues have come up. If we could ask staff again to approach the podium. The outdoor dining, the hours, you're saying 11 p.m. is consistent with other outdoor dining, but is this different because the outdoor dining is not covered? Are there other outdoor dining areas that are uncovered? Don't have a roof over it?
I think that this is probably because it's on private property versus public. Maybe that's the differentiation that Mr. Burton was speaking of, that the task force is looking at.
I'm not asking about what Mr. Burton's talking about. I'm talking about the difference, though, between this subject property. It doesn't have a roof over the outdoor dining. Is that correct?
I believe there's a trellis of sorts. It's not open to the sky, I believe. I'm not positive.
There's a covered trellis?
Correct.
So it's covered with what? So it's completely covered, or you're saying there's battens, so there's gaps between the boards?
There's gaps.
Okay. I'm going to say essentially that's open to the sky. So the other outdoor dining in the area, though, Esperanza, right, Hennessy's, they have ceilings above their outdoor patio areas, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And then the expansion of the hours to 11, and then the expansion, the alcohol will be served to 11 too as well, correct?
Correct.
And then what about music?
So there is a condition that's on their existing use permit from prior to when this recent amendment came that still holds, that prohibits any type of amplified sound outdoors.
Okay, so no radio or pre-recorded music can be played onto the patio?
That's based on the conditions, correct.
I think that's all my questions. Oh, how does this fit in, though, with the outdoor dining considerations? And even since it's open air,
because that was talked about in having a second-story dining as well.
Yeah, since this is on the private property, it's not the same as what the Outdoor Dining Task Force is looking at as far as dining in the right-of-way. It would be, I guess, similar as far as what is allowed, or as far as the use on the private property as what would happen on the second floor outdoor dining, but the impacts of something that's on the first floor at street level versus something that's up higher, I think are significantly different.
You think, or you know?
I can't say I know, but I mean, anecdotally, I would believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Ron.
Okay. Councilmember Montgomery?
Adam, stay right there. So, the only complaints, since it's not on public property, it's on private property. Anyone have an issue before this came up about the use of Pit Fire having this patio enclosure? Anyone? But only, Ryan, I should have known, I should have gone to Ryan first.
No code enforcement complaints for pit fire regarding the open patio.
Got it, thank you. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. Actually, ironically, my comment was that I'm hearing that the podium microphone is not being heard online and on TV so well, so either have soft-spoken staff or the audio levels need to be checked. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If you could speak a little bit louder, please. And then Councilmember Lesser.
I wanted to follow up on the question by the speaker about how the hours of 11 o'clock compare with other restaurants that might open up to the outdoors, even if they are not fully open. Where did the 11 o'clock hour come from in the master use permit?
So the 11 o'clock hour was existing for their indoor area, and that's a bit better. The change was intended to provide consistency from their outdoor operation with their indoor operation.
So let me clarify. We had an exchange earlier about what is before council this evening. If there is concern about hours or alcohol service or anything else that's covered by the master use permit, it has been mentioned that we would not approve the easement, and what would the process be going forward to be able to try and approve this project?
I would look to our city attorney potentially for some advice on that.
I can address that, City Council. Honorable Mayor, Council members, your acting city manager, Talene Mirzakhanian. In this event, what would happen is the applicant would have to go back to the drawing board and redesign that portion of the project and then go through the planning process again to get approved as an amendment to the use permit for that portion of the redesign.
I have a follow-up. This is something that runs with the land, is that correct? Which is not going to solely govern this particular tenant, is that right?
This is correct. I will add that the Planning Commission included a condition of approval that would require this applicant to return to the Planning Commission after 1 year of operation so that the Planning Commission could consider the circumstances at that time.
So if the applicant is voluntarily indicating that the business may consider an earlier shut-off time, I'm trying to understand, one, do we have jurisdiction even to talk about that this evening? And two, what would be the process forward so that the applicant doesn't have to go back to the drawing board?
So with respect to the conditions of the Planning Commission resolution, they're set, and that has the hours. And so if he wants to voluntarily change from 11 to 10, I'm sure we could have an agreement that would amend the Planning Commission. It's more of a ministerial type change to the resolution. It wouldn't have to go through the whole process.
But can we give direction tonight? Because this is...
Well, see, this is only the encroachment. So that's correct. This is the encroachment. The only impact, the Planning Commission's decision was final, but it's contingent upon this ramp. And so if the council decides not to approve the encroachment permit for the ramp, then the decision is invalidated by the Planning Commission's decision is invalidated until there's a redesign, and then it goes through the process.
Follow-up question for our acting city manager, who has also been our community development director, and that is there was a contention that this is a major change from past entitlements with regard to an outdoor dining space. Is that true?
We have other establishments that have significant outdoor dining space in downtown as well. I can think of one off the top of my head. I also recollect that during outdoor dining conversations in the past, there were some comments from the community and from the council that instead of using public property for outdoor dining, folks should try to build that onto private property, which is exactly what's happened in this situation.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Planning Commission, I don't know who I'm asking. Somebody, anybody. Thank you. So did this approval happen in one meeting? Where it was one meeting and
Correct.
It was fully vetted. And it could have been appealed if anybody wanted to appeal it. It wasn't appealed because nobody appealed it.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so thank you. I think those are my questions. So I'm going to make some comments because we already opened public comments.
Yeah.
So it does strike me that one of the things, as Councilmember Lesser alluded to, we've been saying is, restaurants can have outdoor dining if they want to put it on their private property, if they are willing to incur the costs to, as Hook and Plow has done, as, Esperanza, as other restaurants have done, Tennessee's back in a day. And I think that Pitfire Pizza has already had outdoor dining there, is that correct? So what they're doing is they are increasing the amount of outdoor dining, decreasing the amount of indoor seating. So I don't think they're adding a significant number of, the capacity. This is exactly what we're trying to achieve, is we're not having to, give up the private right-of-way to a private entity for outdoor dining to occur. I do appreciate the question that any agreement would follow the land, correct? So it doesn't just, you may be a wonderful tenant, but we're trying to make long-term decisions here. Accents always help, just have to say. But I do believe, that's a joke, everybody, that was a joke. But I think it would be disingenuous to deny this application based on the, our scope is narrow. We are to approve this encroachment permit to change the direction of the ramp, and to deny it, causing the master use agreement to be null and void, I think would be disingenuous. The Planning Commission vetted this with direction from Community Development, and I think it is a great way to start to achieve what we want to achieve downtown. Now, if the property or the manager wants to close an hour early, I don't think they have to ask our permission to do that, but maybe I'm wrong. And if he volunteered to come back in a year, and if there's been, horrible complaints, et cetera, we can ameliorate the situation then. But I do not see this as an opportunity to stop this process after a year has gone on, when I think it achieves partly what we want to do downtown. So that's my motion to accept, to approve, adopt resolution 24-0091.
Okay, so,
Thank you, Your Honor. So, yes, I did raise this issue because as much as Councilor Montgomery looks back to Pitfire Pizza, going back even further, H2O. At H2O, you were there inside partying, I know. But no, at H2O, we had an experience with a number of restaurants that turn into bars. And a lot that has to do with hours. So when I see expanding hours, it raises a red flag to me. So I'm fine, though, with going forward with this, given the caveat that there's a 1-year review for this, and things will be considered then. But I have seen businesses go on hard times that suddenly find that serving alcohol in plastic cups is their way to financial benefit. But, you know, this company has a track record, that's great. Hopefully they stick to it, and they're a nice addition to the downtown. But, you know, as we move forward with these things, whether it's on private property or public property, I think we do need to take into consideration the noise, the trash, the generation of intensity of uses down there. So I think these kinds of things should be discussed and reviewed. I understand you've been at it for a year. You know, why that was a year, we can talk to the department about that, but it goes both ways. I know that too. Things don't get corrected as they should. So having said all that, I'm good with going forward with, again, with the one-year review, knowing that it's going to be looked at without the amplified music outdoors. I think that's reasonable as well. And then you'll just prove your worth as a restaurant downtown. Welcome.
Is that a second?
No.
I think
Okay.
Councilman Montgomery seconded.
All right, so I just want to make a couple of comments and ask a couple of questions. So what is the number of outdoor dining seats right now, you know, that's been with Pitfire, and what was the number of indoor dining, and then what are they going to change to? I saw something and it was very tiny print, but I just want to verify it.
Sure, one moment, we'll grab that right now.
Ryan, I have that number if you'd like me to jump in.
Okay.
Existing indoor capacity is 55 persons, proposed indoor is 32, existing outdoor capacity is 30, and proposed outdoor is 70.
70.
Correct.
So this is what concerns me, is that I went around and I counted the number of seats, you know, at the ones at our restaurants that have outdoor dining, or you know, this kind of outdoor dining, and this would be by far, by a great order of magnitude, the largest outdoor dining with 70 seats in the city. It's more than doubling from what it was. It's just about doubling, but just a little bit over double the amount, from 32 to 70. 70 spaces outdoor dining. And I understand it's taking it from the inside. They're not going to look for more seats, but they're just essentially moving it from a majority indoor dining to majority outdoor dining. To give you an example, Hennessy's maybe has 22. Culture, and the whole of Culture probably has about 50. The Simsies, you know, I mean, it has an open front. It's not, I guess it would be the same impact, but it has, I can't remember, but it was greater than 50. But nothing that matches the 70. And it is exactly what we wanted, you know, in terms of outdoor dining, you know, to be on private property. So there wasn't an issue with interfering with the public property. But it's the scale that really is concerning, because that is a residential neighborhood. And I'm not sure where your other locations are, if they're located, you know, within just a couple of 100 feet of residents. And it's a very sensitive issue here in Manhattan Beach. The downtown residents have a right to some semblance of, you know, order and quiet and, you know, reasonable noise and the like. And even though it won't have music in there and it won't have television, you know, it's still just people talking. 70 people. I mean, there's not even 70 people in this room right now. And all of them talking all at once over each other. It's going to make a lot of noise. The other thing is I researched and I went to the websites, and correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the Great Whites, they stopped their service at 10. Okay, so now we're going to 11. So I don't quite understand that. other than, to go ahead and ask for it. So I'd be inclined to really take another look at this for the benefit of our downtown residents, for the benefit of, there's, the streets are, very, very active, now downtown, not just, even during the week, but also especially on the weekend. And to add, Pit Fire's been pretty quiet. I don't think we can compare to what Pit Fire had because they had 32 patio, and then patio was sort of broken up, around the building. It was a semicircle, and it just wasn't really, a big gathering place, where this would become a big gathering place. So I would prefer to take another look at it. So, and you were next?
I think with Richard.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it clear I am the second to Mayor Pro Tem Howorth's motion to approve this item. Here's my comments, though. Listening to everybody's comments, both pro and con, and I appreciate hearing both sides of it. We've been trying to regulate, we are regulating access to public right-of-way. That was the whole goal of outdoor dining. You can't then push back on private property. It's either one or the other. If you're going to be this particular on private property, that to me is heavy-handed. Forget the time he took to get here. That's on us and maybe them. But taking that aside, you can't do both, folks, one or the other. If you want to encourage business, I assume Downtown Business Group supports this, everybody supports it, well then it's a patio that was in use before by Pit Fire Pizza and no one complained. Not one complaint. So why is this different? He serves coffee, he serves meals, what's different about it? He's going to make a change to the ramp, that's it. That's our only basis for denying it. That to me is not the government you want to have working for you. I want to be your partners, not fight you on it. So no one appealed this when it came up. That's why my question I asked earlier. And now it comes up now to ask all of a sudden you want to kick the guy's feet from under him? No, it's not the way we do it here. You had a chance to appeal it. You didn't do it then. This is the right thing to do. Our planning commission went through it, heard it all. Like I said, this isn't anything new. It's not going to be in the street. It's going to remain on private property. That's why I'm endorsing Mayor Tim Howorth's motion.
Thank you. And I see you have a comment. I was going to call for the question, but I had one comment just to eliminate. Hennessy's is open till 2 a.m. and can have live music. Okay, so this is not that. I mean, just there's some guardrails in place. But I was going to call for the question, but if my colleague wants to make a comment, I would absolutely.
Just very quickly, I was going to echo some of the concerns that have been raised by the mayor as well as our caller earlier about the overall impact of more outdoor dining on private property and its impact on downtown residents. I think not on this item because it's not technically part of our jurisdiction tonight, but perhaps we should direct our outdoor dining task force to explore what sort of limitations, including hours that should be allowed for new entitlements for future developments of restaurants that are outdoor downtown. But the item, as Councilmember Montgomery indicated on our agenda tonight, specifically deals with just the encroachment. That's what's directly before us, and I don't think we should hold this applicant hostage by virtue of this larger policy debate we're having downtown, particularly with the fact that one, they've indicated their willingness to explore a 10 p.m. cutoff, and two, the 1-year return for the Planning Commission. So for that reason, I'll be supporting this motion.
So call for the question?
Could I make a friendly amendment in that we, not only the noise, but then the seating gets reevaluated in the year?
No. I mean, I think.
Hold on. Everything.
Yeah,
in
everything.
the conditional use permit is up for reevaluation.
Okay.
Right.
To be clear. So don't say no.
I was saying no because I was saying I don't want to pick and choose, but it's conditional use. It all comes
It's
up.
already part of it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So, yeah, and to Councilmember Lesser's point, it's not just direction to the outdoor dining task force. I think I would like us to somehow communicate to Planning Commission that there are the technical aspects of applications, which I believe they pay a lot of attention to and staff directs them to. But we also do want them to consider the neighborhood, the noise, the overall impact. I'm not, they might, but I think we need to make sure that they are considering the same things we are in addition to the technicality. So with that, I'd call for the question. Well, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
If I may address that point, the Planning Commission did spend quite a bit of time considering this item, and at the top of their consideration was noise impacts. That was one of the lengthiest discussions, impacts to the community, how far it is from residences. In fact, the condition of approval that requires for them to incorporate sound attenuating measures into their building plans did stem from the Planning Commission. We had a lengthy discussion about what types of measures were being considered by the Outdoor Dining Task Force and what types of things can they incorporate into this outdoor seating area design, and they agreed to do that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So any other comments? So we've have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Howorth to approve
the resolution number 24-0091.
Okay, and that was seconded by Councilmember Montgomery. May we have a vote, please?
Mayor Franklin,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 5. We have consideration of a resolution in support of Measure MMB, which stands for Move Manhattan Beach Forward, on the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election ballot, establishing a local 1/2 cent transaction and use tax. So, Acting City Manager Mirzakanian.
Thank you, Mayor. For this item, I'll introduce George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager, to make the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager. Before you tonight is a resolution in support of MMB, known as Move MB Forward Measure, on the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election ballot, establishing a local 1/2 cent transaction and use tax, also known as a sales tax. From time to time, the City Council takes positions and expresses support on pending ballot measures prior to an election. Council will recall at the August 6th meeting, City Council unanimously supported placing the aforementioned sales tax measure on the ballot in recognition of the city's needed repairs to streets, sidewalks, and community facilities. In fact, one is going to be considered after this item right now. This decision came after multiple discussions, and particularly after an evaluation over the city's budget and capital improvement needs in the last budgetary cycle. As a general tax, revenue collected from the proposed 1/2 cent sales tax measure would provide the city with an estimated $5.3 million annually. That will be reinvested in the community to maintain and improve essential city facilities, services, and programs. Consistent with the practice of expressing an official declaration of support on resolutions, staff recommends this council consider adopting resolution for the Move MB Forward MMB measure on this election ballot. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
I'll follow you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Howorth.
Watch where you're pointing your finger there. Okay. Mr. Gabriel, one of the reasons that I'm confirming this is one of the reasons that we pass a resolution like this, so that city council members sort of have the full ability to support, campaign on behalf of, because we've all taken a position collectively, because resolutions seem kind of perfunctory, but there's a real reason that we would want to do this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've done this, I recall we did it with the cannabis-related election ballot measure. I believe we did it with the TOT measure that was passed in 2019 as well. So there's practice for this as well.
And the stormwater, I think. Didn't we do it for stormwater, or?
Believe so.
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, yep. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, sir. Just so you know, Mayor Howorth and I, with the council They gave us the assignment of being the front runners to organize the part. Now, Amy's done more work on it than I have, I'll guarantee you that. You can tell by the way it was written. But the two things here, folks, I want you everybody to understand two things. Forget Lot 3 for a second. Forget how many levels we go down, what it's going to do. That's an unexpected CIP or capital improvement project no one saw coming. So it started falling apart. That's one. Even apart from that, we have $200 million in improvement capital projects that we knew about years ago. So add those two things up, top of your head. And the third part, which all of you hopefully will grasp, is that if we residents do not pass this half-cent measure and $5.3 million doesn't come here, it goes to LA County. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, folks. We either pass it here or they get it. Those of you who want local control, want money to stay here, this is your chance. Vote yes to keep that money here, and then we can decide where it's going to go. The state can't touch it, LA County can't touch it. It stays here with us. I'll stop there.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay, comments? Or no, we open up for public comments from. Wait, we have the podium.
Oh, that's better. Ooh.
There it is.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jill Lampkin, Executive Director for the Downtown Business and Professional Association. I actually support this personally, and the DBPA, I believe, will be coming forward to also support this measure. But I would like to hear the clarification about why. I know that there are some legal reasons why you guys can't say it is particularly for capital improvements, even though I believe that that is a lot of the intent, is to use this specifically for capital improvements. So I'd like to have you guys explain why that is, that you can't specifically designate those funds. But also, is there a way, because I believe that that is the best use of the money that we would collect, is there a way for you as a council to at least verbally say the intention is for those funds to go to capital improvements rather than other programs that may utilize that money over a long period of time? Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jill. Anybody else? Okay.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, my name is Steve Packwood. I've been coming here for a very, very long time. And way back when, we were talking about these issues that we played political football with, passing it on to City Council to City Council. And now it's time, finally, to make a final decision on how we are going to try and fund these projects that may or may not be worthy enough. I don't know. I haven't been around to hear the discussions on it. But what I'm concerned about is if you do this, I'm concerned about the future. Are we going to find ourselves in the same dilemma 5 years from now because city council members fail to address these concerns and start placing some reserves on our funds to basically take care of this future? Obviously, we didn't do that previously, and I know a lot of you have been on those city council members, and a lot of you have been at those budget meetings that I've been there as well. And that's my greatest reservation, and that's what I want to raise, and I think the public should be aware of that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Packwood. Any other comments? Seeing none here, how about online?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to close public comments, and then Councilmember.
Yeah, just a couple things, Your Honor. And that is, as far as general tax versus special tax can only go to those things that you say you're going to put it to, and that takes a 2/3 majority vote. A general tax takes a majority vote, and so we're going for a majority tax here. For myself, yes, won't be here, Councilmember Montgomery, absolutely for capital improvement projects. I would argue that we have stabilized our operational budget by passing the storm drain increase, where we were subsidizing that to the tune of $2 million and more in the future if we did not address that back in January. And I appreciate the support that the voters gave to that, because they supported themselves. They made it possible for us not to dip into reserves in the future, which, as you saw from the graph back then, we would have had to. And that was just for operational costs. That's to keep the staff going, to keep, we're a service organization. 70% of our budget or more is staff driven. And so just to keep everyone going, keep addressing those issues with the staff that we have, that was for operational issues. This is for everything else that everybody wants. The pool, the streets, the outdoor dining, the wider sidewalks, lot 3, more parking, whatever it is, that's how I see it. Now you're gonna have to talk to each individual council members, talk to the candidates where they see it. That's where I say it should be designated to. And I have a history of that, Mr. Bagwood. Back in when we increased the parking meter rates, it was on my motion that we set aside the 50 cents of that to public works usage there. Obviously, it's not enough. It hasn't been enough to cover the parking changes that we've had to realize over the last several years. So we need more. So this will bring in $5.5 million to address that CIP list. That's $200 million. And those are the things that we know. Being on council, half of it is always what you don't know. The opportunities, it's actions of admission, omission, and actually commission. There are things that we want to do, but then there are opportunities that come up. I was on council when we bought the Marine Avenue site from Northrop Grumman, was TRW at the time, to create the baseball fields along there. Okay, that was an opportunity where we had to give it. And COPs that were mentioned earlier, COPs are great. That's an internal where we don't need a vote to do it, but you still have to pay them off with interest. And to do that, you need an ongoing revenue stream. This is that ongoing revenue stream to kickstart all the projects we want to do now and into the future. What future councils do, hold them accountable. Absolutely. Hold their feet to the fire, say, what about this, what about that? Don't push it towards salaries. Don't push it towards other things. Keep it on the CIP projects. That was my commitment in bringing it forward, and hopefully it's the commitment of others, but again, you're going to have to hold them accountable. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. Okay, all kinds of microphone issues. I want to thank Mr. Packwood, actually, for kind of stating what I'm excited about, which is this council's decided not to kick the football or the can or whatever it is down the road. And I want to credit both Councilmember Montgomery and Napolitano for your leadership. I mean, all of us have been supportive, but I think it takes two folks with the experience and also knowing that this is the right thing to do and it's politically hard to do, right? I think so your absolute support has absolutely been critical for all of us to keep moving it forward. I want to also credit Councilmember Lesser for pushing on the stormwater issue, which he has been pushing on since 2011. All of these things are good fiscal management practices. And I also want to acknowledge, this is my Academy Award speech. No, I also want to acknowledge that Councilmember Montgomery used to talk about, or still talks about, probably until December 17th, being on the council when the Great Recession happened. And everything kind of came to a standstill. And that's when I believe y'all had to kind of make some decisions not to pivot some of that money that was earmarked for infrastructure at the time to basic operations. And that's when David and I, Councilmember Lester and I got on council in 2011, this building, you know, was being held together with tape, and it would have to continue to be held together with tape because we just didn't have the money. And as the budget got better and better and sales tax increased, we have been very careful about how we spend that money. And even, I forget if it was back in, I want to say 2014-ish, we actually created a pension stabilization fund, and we made a very conscious choice then to take some funds every year to dedicate to the pension stabilization, knowing those funds couldn't go towards infrastructure anymore. So we have been making these choices to rebuild, to stabilize, and this is the next step. So I wanted to point all of that out, that this is not just some one-off, this is not just out of the blue. This is a wise thing for our community to maintain local control and attempt to, make some infrastructure improvements. So I don't need to make every motion, so someone else can make it. But yeah, I'll give you guys a chance if you try. So, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Howorth, for that. It was a great summary, a great acceptance speech. You didn't compliment your agents and your fellow actors, but truly, it takes a united council to move forward on a tough ask like this. What we're talking about tonight is going to be subject to all of the voters of Manhattan Beach to approve or not. But what we can say just quickly in summary is, again, the money will stay local. This is for investing in our infrastructure, in our community, not going throughout somewhere else in the county. It's to stay local. It also is part of our challenge as your fiscal leaders, which is we do not have the funds to pay for our deteriorating capital infrastructure. Our parking lot downtown, Lot 3, is really a case study. I mean, really, we just need pictures of that. But even the building in which we're temporarily having our council meeting this evening, Mayor Pro Tem Howorth just mentioned it. We've done some modifications to upgrade it, but before long, we're going to need to think about long-term, either more upgrades of the existing facility or an upgraded building. We do not have the reserves, we do not have the funds to do that. An important part of this measure, as Councilmember Napolitano indicated, is revenue. We cannot even go out for bonds right now because we don't have enough revenue coming in. This will help. This will help provide the services and the infrastructure that our residents have come to expect in our community, and we need to move forward. So I'm very much in forward of whomever wants to make the motion. I think I see Councilmember Montgomery who would like to make the motion, and if it isn't, it can be seconded by someone else.
It's fine with me as long as we paint over that patch up there as part of the capital improvements. I've looked at that for too long.
Well, yeah, so I'd like to make a comment. The other thing about this too, and thank you everybody, boy, have I learned how decisions can be very tough on council, in my 3.5 years. But they do impact today and then also the future. The other thing here is that through what was it? There's an actual service that or how we found that 61% of the sales taxes are going to come from visitors, non-residents, to Manhattan Beach. And this has always been something that I've been kind of upset about, is the fact that, like the Amazon trucks and all the delivery, not singling out Amazon, but all the delivery vehicles and everything like that, we don't get our full share of the sales tax from those purchases that you've made. This, on Amazon, it goes to some account up in Sacramento, and then it just sort of trickles down to us, and it's nowhere near the amount that if you walk into a local brick and mortar store and you pay, sales tax there, we get our full measure. So this is going to go ahead and share the burden with our visitors that are here, their vehicles on the roads, they're needing to park, they're coming here and things like that, the wear and tear, on our city, and that's fine. We want to be prepared for it, but it does give us a chance to have them pay for it as well, because the reason they're coming here is because it's a beautiful city. It doesn't happen by accident. It really has to take planning and the ability to see in the future and plan for those. So I'll go ahead and, who had the comment? Okay, Councilmember Montgomery.
Before I make my motion, one thing we didn't talk about here, just to make sure, no one up here likes paying taxes, whether we have to. It wasn't a choice, folks. So the only choice now is you want the money to stay here, or LA County with its perfect record of managing money to take our money. That's all you have to think about. And someone asked a question today, they're not obviously reading the pamphlets that have gone out. The medicine and your groceries are not taxable. You're not paying for that part. Two of your biggest things we're paying for now probably, but I mean, that's what's going on out there. A lot of it is falling on us to make sure the message gets out from all of you. That's what we need your help for. Push the message out. This is why we need the money. Forget Lot 3 being, that was after the fact. We still need that to stay here and take care of our own things. With that, I'll make the motion with my colleagues in support, adoption to resolution 24-0104.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it. You know what? I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Montgomery and a second by Councilmember Lesser. Have a roll call, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Franklin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth?
Yep.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, you know what? Okay, so now's a good time for a break, if we may, because we came here a little bit earlier. So it is now 7:22, so maybe come back at 7:35? Please come back.
Ring the gavel.
What did we just finish? We just finished 5, right? So we got to go to 6. All right. Whatever. Okay, so welcome back. Is that on? Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, great. We are on to item number. No, I don't think so.
The light's on.
Nobody's on. Somebody trip over a wire? Hello, hello? If I keep blowing, I'll get dizzy. Should we do Garrett Morris for the hard of hearing? Everybody come to order. Okay.
I did it my way.
I don't know, 2 hours?
Is that what's happening to yours?
Okay.
So turn it off?
Test. No. Just not in the room. Oh, there we go. Testing.
Oh!
See why we need. And this is why
How
we
about
need a
that?
sales tax increase. All right.
How about that? Everybody good? We're online too, Martha? Online? Everybody can see us? Okay, great. So we move on to item number 6, consideration of an update on the Lot 3 parking structure. Acting Public Works Director Lee and Acting Community Development Director Heiss. Oh, Public Works Director Lee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Eric Lee, your Public Works Director. Before I turn this over to City Engineer Katie Doherty for her presentation, I just want to recognize the great interdepartmental teamwork that I know you expect from all of our departments, and we're definitely realizing it on this project. This is a joint effort between Public Works, Community Development, our Finance Department, Policy and Management. We've got great support from our traffic engineer, and just really proud that we've got staff that are coming together to solve public problems. So with that, I'll turn it over to Katie. Thank you.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, honorable council members. Katie Doherty, City Engineer. Let me make sure this is turned on. Oops. I will be presenting tonight on parking structure Lot 3, which was built in 1971. It's located in the downtown area at 12th Street and Morningside Drive. As of last year, redevelopment of this site has been a City Council work plan item, and the redevelopment study, is underway for that long-term project. It kicked off in June of this year, and we are expecting to bring that project back for your consideration this fall. However, in the meantime, my staff, along with a third-party structural engineer, has been keeping an eye on the site and doing routine inspections. And recently this summer, significant deterioration as part of the steel elements, specifically the columns and the staircases, were observed. So on June 24th of this year, the upper level was closed for a closer look by our structural engineer. He did a site visit on July 30th and recommended full closure at that time, which we did later that day. Currently in progress, well, I should say, currently the site is fenced off and not accessible to the public, either pedestrians or cars. We are also installing some temporary shoring, which should be done this week. It's mostly done now, but there are some final touch-up items that need to be completed this week. And those are wood posts that basically go next to the existing columns to provide that structural support in the meantime. So here's a map of the site with a few of the alterations that we've made to date. The parking structure is there in the middle with the star. We've closed off a portion of Center Place, which is on the south side of the structure. There's about 8 feet left along the side of the businesses, so we are allowing pedestrians to use that portion of it, but that section of the alleyway there is closed to vehicle traffic. Because of that, we had to move the commercial trash bins that were previously located inside the structure out to the west side of that alleyway, so you can see them marked there on the map. We've also installed some new commercial loading zones along Morningside Drive and on Highland to allow for deliveries to those businesses along that stretch. So tonight, staff is recommending complete demolition of the structure as an interim measure for safety reasons. We are suggesting that the entire structure be demolished and replaced with a temporary surface level parking lot, which could recuperate approximately 70 spaces. The cost of the demolition is $3 million, and the timeline to demolish is 6 to 8 months, and that timeline is assuming an emergency procurement procedure. If we were to take the traditional route of bid and award, it would take substantially longer than that. And also I guess if you wanted to discuss, the municipal code allows for working hours on work days between 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. and Saturdays 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So if a council wanted to discuss adjusting those hours for this demolition project, that's absolutely, we can discuss that. All right. So that's the first action that we're hoping for discussion on and direction on this evening. The second item is related to parking, and I will read through 3 different options that staff has come up with. However, I did want to preface the conversation with the sentiments of the Coastal Commission. Parking is a significant concern for the Coastal Commission because it is one of the most convenient ways to provide access to the coast. The Coastal Commission has been made aware of the closure of Lot 3, and they have been made aware of staff's efforts to make up for that parking shortage in the meantime. So the first option for parking related to the closure is to establish a rideshare voucher program. We have leased 75 parking spaces at the Manhattan Village Shopping Center. They are currently being serviced by a shuttle that drops off at 2 fixed locations in downtown, and the frequency is approximately every 30 minutes. The option that is being suggested here is to switch that, eliminate the shuttle and switch that to this voucher service for a rideshare program. So it would become a more on-demand type system versus having to wait for the shuttle. The lease agreement at the Manhattan Village Shopping Center currently expires on September 8th. The costs associated with this option are approximately $12 per ride. And to reserve this, to lease the spaces at the shopping center is $9,000 per month. So that's the first option. The second option is to extend the existing service. So again, those 2 fixed points here in downtown Manhattan Beach with a frequency of every 30 minutes. The lease agreement, as I just said, expires on September 8th, but could be extended through the holiday season. The shopping center has made it known to us that they will not be able to allow us to continue leasing those spaces during the holidays. So we would need to find another pickup location for the holiday service if that's what council decides to do. And then the third option is to discontinue shuttle service, and this option would be to discontinue it basically for the life of the project. That's this demolition and the longer term project when that does come down the line a few years from now. This theoretically has no cost to the city to discontinue the service. However, the downtown businesses have expressed a loss in revenue due to the loss of the parking spaces, which could indirectly impact the city's sales tax revenue. So a couple of additional considerations is the holiday season and event parking, given these options. We also wanted to note that the lower civic parking lot has been opened on Fridays a little earlier than it previously had. It used to open at 5 p.m. on Fridays. We're now opening at 1 p.m. And there has been suggestion that perhaps city staff could park over at Live Oak Park on the ball fields, just over here. Staff is not recommending that option due to the very high usage of the ball fields here. And the usage of the lot at the lower civic parking lot doesn't justify moving all city staff over here. So I will briefly discuss the impacts to the businesses in downtown. The current impacts of the closure essentially revolve around deliveries and less convenient delivery locations, trash pickup, as I noted. The trash bins that were located previously in the parking structure have been moved out into the alleyway. Waste management is currently wheeling out the trash bins to the street for those businesses and bringing them back so that to try and mitigate some of that impact to them and simply the parking shortage. Future construction impacts, when we do start demolition of the structure, there will be noise and we will do our best to contain, dust, but, these things come along with construction. And then the redevelopment, again, some years down the line, will have similar impacts to the businesses. So the Downtown Business and Professionals Association reached out to the city to request assistance to the businesses in the area. And if directed by council tonight, city staff can explore options to assist impacted businesses while the lot is closed. So that's the third item we're hoping for direction on tonight. The first being demolition and reconstruction of the structure, the second being the parking alternatives, and the third being impacts, whether or not we want to explore options to assist impacted businesses in the downtown area while the lot is closed. So staff recommendations, discuss and provide direction regarding those three things that I just said. I should have flipped slides. And then also to adopt resolution 240105, which is directing and delegating authority to the city manager to take emergency action to secure, demolish, and replace Lot 3. So as Director Lee mentioned, we have quite a team here today, but we are all here and available for questions that you may have.
Okay. Colleagues, yes, Councilmember Montgomery.
Well, Katie, thank you for walking us through the important part first. So tell everyone why it takes 6 to 8 months before we can start it on demolition. We all know downtown business hurting. The city taxes come second, but I want you to know we all understand. We hear it every day. We know that. They want to hear why it takes us so long, 6 to 8 months to get it started. And I'll tell you why. These other private businesses out there, when other commercial buildings go down, they get bulldozers. The 30 days are out there knocking that building down. It's not a house, I get it. A lot of things, a lot of size, weight, all the rebar. They don't see that part. They want to hear from you why it takes 6 to 8 months so we can start.
So if we get approval to move forward with the emergency procurement procedures tonight, we can start demolition proceedings in approximately 1 month. So from that 1 month, it would take 6 to 8 months for us to have a surface lot back in use for the public. And we approximate that after that 1 month to get started, it's 4 to 5 months to actually demolish the structure. It needs to be done very carefully because it's in such an impacted area. There would be pedestrians and cars adjacent to the structure. It's made of concrete and steel, which are very heavy, which will require quite a lot of truckloads to be taking that material away. And so after that, it's probably 2 to 3 months before we can get the new lot, the new surface lot in place, which means grading, installing the asphalt, and the striping and lighting and all that stuff after that. So our estimate is 1 month from now we could start, and 6 to 8 months after that we would have a surface lot in use.
Got it. So second follow-up question. I hope you, when you get to that point, let everyone know what your plan for the trucks to get in and out. Where they're gonna go. They're gonna go on Morningside to Highland and get out. What's the revenue, what's the outlet for them to go through? That's the second question I get asked. We all support demo. We all support building a new garage, whatever it's gonna be. Upstairs, downstairs, all of that, we get it. How are they gonna get out? And the hours of operation, you brought that up, we'll talk about that. But I know you're gonna talk about ingress and egress down the road.
For the haul route specifically, I haven't looked into that. I don't know if traffic engineer Zan Vliet would like to opine on that, the haul route. I'd like you to, yes.
Let's see more direct.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Eric Zanvliet, the city's traffic engineer. We want to impact the residents and the businesses the least amount possible. And so we want to take the shortest route to get back out of downtown. So likely the inbound route would be coming in Manhattan Beach Boulevard, turning on to Morningside, having a loading or unloading place there, maybe just off the road, and then heading back out to Valley Drive and coming back to Manhattan Beach Boulevard and back out of town again.
Sounds good. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm going to focus on the demolition first. I also have questions about the live oak option, which you're not recommending, but there's a lot of concrete, there's a lot of steel, there'll be a lot of noise, a lot of dust. Do we anticipate to continue the farmer's market during that time? Will the farmer's market be able to operate during that time? I know it's on a different street, but it seems, I don't know, it seems like a lot of stuff going on close by.
I suppose I haven't looked into that specifically. I don't see any reason why we would need to stop it, aside from the noise.
Okay.
I suppose that would be a discussion with the Downtown Business Association
Right,
as
it
to
would be up
whether
to
or
them.
not, yeah.
Okay,
whether or
so
not it makes sense.
I just wanted to clarify that we were not anticipating that. If they want to, that's up to them, but, right, okay. Because safety first. Okay, and it's part of the reason, because it seems like, yeah, we could take a wrecking ball and knock that thing down in a few days. But is it because it is so densely surrounded? Is that adding to the amount of time it would take? The fact that it's so closely, located?
Correct, yeah. We'll need to install pedestrian protection and vehicle protection all the way around the site, and essentially just start chipping away at it so that the spoils from it fall into a controllable area. We can't implode or take a wrecking ball to it. Yeah.
No wrecking ball. Okay, sorry.
Just let my 3 grandchildren at it.
Yeah, right. Okay, and Miley Cyrus won't get to do that. Okay, so going to Live Oak Field, and I don't know if this is a question for you or another staff member. So it seems like the main consideration for not recommending this move forward is the recreational programs that are offered there. And I can understand, why staff might make that recommendation, but we on council may determine that we have a need right now that's greater than the recreational programs. I mean, there's not a reason, it's not that it's an unsafe place to park cars, is that correct?
It's not an unsafe place to park cars. That's correct.
Okay, that's all those would be my questions. I have comments. Well, actually, I do have another question. Do we know how much, I think at one point you said you'd have to replace the field after all the cars park on it.
Right.
I understand that. Do we know how much it costs approximately to replace that field? Is it resodding? Is it reseeding? Is it new irrigation? How do we replace a field?
We haven't done all the work to come up with a really refined cost.
Okay.
We think it'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably under $500,000 to rehab it, depending on what we get at the end of any type of parking lot usage there.
Yeah.
But certainly it's probably replanting all the grass or installing sod. We probably have some significant irrigation issues that we need to rehab or replumb.
Okay. But, and it would be, even if it was only, like, I'm not envisioning using live oak throughout the, foreseeable future, but just during demolition and until it's repaved. So does it make a difference if it's 6 months of parking lot use versus 3 years, or?
I think that it would probably be different, probably less wear and tear to the shorter duration, but not sure if we get most of the damage right away.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, questions? Councilmember Lesser?
Before us tonight is a resolution to take emergency action and designate our acting city manager with authority to move forward and engage a demolition firm and not necessarily go through the typical bidding process, which would add a lot of time. I just want to make sure that we're getting at least several competitive bids for this scale of a project, because the amount quoted is a significant sum.
Yes, correct. We've gone ahead and engaged a third-party cost estimator to put an estimate together for us, so we know approximately what we should be looking at, and we are going to solicit as many demolition firms as will take our call on this one.
There is a mural photograph on the west side of that structure, and I wanted to confirm my communications with city staff that even though in theory that would be subject to the Visual Arts Protection Act of 1990, the federal law, which would protect it, the agreement with the artist provides that the city is able to remove that. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I have questions with regard to the temporary programs now, and that is, I read in the staff report there was a reference to the potential for getting some refunding of the temporary transportation that would be utilized with a local return funds, you making use of those. What is the process of applying to be able to get those local return funds? What's the time frame in determining whether we might have access to them? And how much are we talking about in terms of supplemental funding that might be available for an interim solution?
Are these, I think maybe, yes, Interim Finance Director Jones will be taking that question.
Hi there. My name is Onyx Jones. I'm the Interim Finance Director. And thank you. Good evening. It's been a minute since I've been in a council meeting. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. So we have been in contact with LA Metro to discuss the option of being able to use some of our funds that we do have on hand. We do need to reconcile and see how much is available. Offhand, I would say a minimum of $100,000, possibly more. And so those funds would have to be submitted for approval. So there is a process where they take the application that we submit, we outline what we're going to use the funds for, how we will improve, access in the downtown area. Once they approve it, then we can basically reimburse ourselves for it because these costs are going to be incurred now. So we will be getting a reimbursement.
Thank you. Thank you. Follow-up question for Katie, if I could, and that is with regard to how the vouchers would work. So $12, and thus, would there be a cap that we might want to impose as a city so that the amount that could be that this could cost us has a cap on it, so it's not an indefinite amount? I want to better understand how that program would work.
Yeah, my understanding is that the $12 is an average, and traffic engineer Zandvliet will answer that question. Thank you.
Sure. We did take a look and made an outreach to Lyft and Uber. They both have commercial voucher type programs. The voucher program, the way it works is basically you set up an account with them. You designate what kind of limits you want to put on the voucher amount and where that voucher amount would be applicable. Basically, the ride-sharing companies geocode the area. Basically, it'd be, say, for instance, the city within the city limits, and that voucher would be eligible within the city limits. It's a point-to-point service, and then you as a city decide who could apply for those vouchers. It could be an employee. It could be anybody who is taking a ride within the city. It could be a customer within downtown and proper and geocoded within there, either have an origin or a destination within the downtown area, and that could be used as the voucher. The city could put, as you mentioned, a maximum number on that, the total amount for the vouchers per month as well. It's very flexible, so if you're not using the service, it's not being charged against you. Uber or Lyft would then give you a bill at the end of the month, and that's the finances portion of it is fairly simple.
Okay.
So you as a city decide who and when and how much you want to provide for that voucher.
Thank you. This may be a question for actually our acting city manager, but the Beach Cities Transit line 109, which currently runs, doesn't have the most direct route to the mall. But is that not part of the solution, at least to get riders into downtown, if we're talking about a fixed route transportation system, because we don't pay anything for it, and it's currently operating, it runs every 30 to 40 minutes. But I'm just wondering, shouldn't that be part of the discussion, at least as to alternative ways to get people in and out of our downtown, because it's already running, and we don't pay anything.
The city helps fund it.
And can you...
Through our transportation fund.
Thank you. Can you confirm how the city helps fund the Beach Cities Transit line 109, which
We
used to
actually
contribute
don't
a lot?
pay for that right now. It's at zero cost to the city.
We have,
Used to.
We used to. We haven't for the last few years. What I would say is that if we are trying to address the impact on employees in downtown, it's less likely that that solution will work, although I do think it's a great idea to advertise that option so that people know that it is available. The issue with asking employees to wait for that is that there's a 40-minute turnaround, and I can look at Eric Zandley to confirm that. The frequency is every 40 minutes. And so depending on what time an employee needs to be at work, for them to show up and then have to wait 40 minutes for a bus, I would say that's not really going to be an incentive for them to take the bus route.
Understood. So as an alternative, there was an indication that there might be a different lot that's recommended beyond the Manhattan Village lot for purposes of a park and ride. Where would that, what are some other options that are being viewed, given that the shuttle is currently constituted ends on the 8th of September?
We are considering alternative locations, and one of the conversations that we have started but we have not finalized is with Connecticut on Rosecrans.
Okay. I don't want to dominate questions. I'll stop here.
Yep. Okay.
I had a follow-up, but go ahead. I mean, you have.
Yeah, yes. So I have a couple of questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we can put 70 spaces when the building comes down. And can you just explain, and again, I was kind of taken by the amount of time, but just explain what actually has to be done in terms of the building has to be demolished, but then what has to happen? Can we reuse that surface that's there already on the first floor?
I'm going to turn it over to Principal Civil Engineer Jeff Fielka to explain the process to you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council. Jeff Fialka, Principal Civil Engineer. So the question, I believe, is, or the request is to describe the process to demolish the structure and then prepare it for additional parking in its place. So first would be the actual demolition of the structure, which once we have the contractor under contract and we start the demolition, that's approximately 60 working days, which comes out to about 3 months. After the structure is removed and the floor slab is removed as well, there's going to be some excavation to remove portions of footings and then grade the site, because currently the floor of the structure it's sloped in different directions because of the way cars enter, the way the ramps are configured, and it also drains, all drainage on the site flows out onto Center Place. So once the structure is removed, we have to grade it and develop some drainage plan of where that water will go and how it leaves the site. So that's why we're anticipating that demolition, preparing the site, and then constructing the new improvements would be on the order of about 8 months once we start the work. You know, we also have to, after the excavation and the grading work is done, construct curb and gutter around the perimeter of the parking lot as well. You know, so that just construction alone, to be honest, 8 months would be very, very expedited to carry out that amount of work in that amount of time.
Okay, so we talked about the anticipated route of Morningside, well, Manhattan Beach Boulevard, turn north on Morningside, pick up the debris, and then go out to, I always forget, is that 13th or 12th? 13th, I think, where the farmer's market is. Joe Lampkin, please cover your ears. What are we going to do on that Tuesday when the farmer's market is there? I mean, will those trucks be able to make that turn to go to Highland? That's pretty congested there.
It's a very good question. There are possible options for the relocation of the farmer's market on a temporary basis at another location, whether it be on a public street or on in a public area. The other option is to not do certain construction on Tuesdays during farmer's market. It does extend, of course, the construction schedule. And a third option would be to use an alternate route on that day. You would not be able to do hauling through the farmer's market area on Tuesday, of course.
Of course, yeah. Okay, and so that would almost be a day of construction, right? Because the setup's pretty early, I think. Okay, so the $3 million cost, or estimated cost, is that going to do all of that? That's going to do the new paving that needs to be done, and striping and curbs and...
Yeah, the approximate breakdown of that is $2.5 million for demolition and grading work, and $500,000 to construct the new surface lot.
Okay, and then how many months will we be able to use that? I mean, because eventually we're going to be starting construction, hopefully lining up a contractor to, as soon as the building's down, they can start construction.
Start construction of the temporary surface lot?
No, start construction of the replacement.
The replacement is probably 2 or 3 years away from beginning construction.
Okay. 2 to 3 years. Can we narrow that a little bit? I mean, can we?
Correct, yeah. That would be done on a regular procurement basis, because it would no longer be an emergency for the long-term project. So we're going through the redevelopment study now to come up with some options for the site so we can decide what we want to be there. Then it's approximately a year of design and permitting, and probably 2 years of construction after that.
Okay. That's all for now.
Well, Councilmember Napolitano hasn't asked
Yep.
any questions, right?
Yep.
Go for it.
Well,
Go for it.
I think so. Shall I?
Yeah, go
I
for
can,
it.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Waiting for my questions. Well, I guess I have one question that touches on many different things, and that is, if this is an emergency, why aren't we treating it like an emergency? You know, I had a discussion, why can't we put angled parking down Morningside? And I understand it's a loading zone, there's gonna be construction there. But if it's an emergency, then we're gonna have to reconfigure the loading zone anyway. And some people who do their loading for Metlocks do it on Valley anyway, regardless of whether we have striped the, but we have these bike lanes now that go to nowhere, sorry. But, you know, 15th Street, we have a bike lane, which means we have a wider lane, single lane, where there used to be 2 lanes. Why on 15th Street aren't we adding angled parking in those areas? Why aren't we adding parking at all along Valley? Take away the westerly-most lane right there. If this is really an emergency, then it has to be done as quickly as possible. And that means we might need to suspend a few things that we otherwise wouldn't like to suspend. If we find another place for the farmer's market, great. If it's slowing down the demolition of this building, though, it's not great. And I'm sorry, but it has to go on a temporary basis to get this done. And we should consider that in terms of the hours of operation, too. Is it going to be inconvenient to a lot of folks? Yes. on an emergency basis. I'm just reminded when we have an earthquake or other disasters, we're up and running as fast as humanly possible. The 10 freeway bridge that was replaced after the Northridge earthquake, they worked around the clock to demolish and replace that thing. This is an emergency for us. We have to find other ways to find parking. I don't think remote lots are going to work. I don't think vouchers are going to work. I think we have to find it within the downtown, and that will mean attendance, stacked parking. Certainly the parking that's on the bank could go stacked, other areas could go stacked. We could take the entire lower parking lot by the pier and have a valet there and run people in and out of that and stack the parking. If you want to increase the parking, don't look at the mall. I don't see that as a solution, a long-term solution here. We're going to have to take advantage of the area where people want to go to because they're not going to want to wait for the half hour, 40 minutes, whatever it is, even Uber. People are impatient. If we want to help our downtown businesses, we have to look within the downtown and maximize the parking as much as possible within the downtown. So there's a question somewhere in there.
Right. Yes, Councilmember Montgomery.
Maybe it's a question for acting city manager and or our city attorney. Is there any rule that says we can't go to Supervisor Mitchell and the state and say, we have an emergency. We've lost all these spaces due to our garage being unsafe, we have to close it off. Could we use that space, even if they say, Richard, you got to rent it from me at some discounted price? Have we thought about talking to the state about taking over that parking and county parking lots?
The bottom lot?
Yeah, everything. I'd say talk to them all and say, look, it's an emergency. Emergency means an emergency. If it's an earthquake, they would have said no problem. Well, this is our earthquake. What will they say? We should out them if they can use all that space until we're done.
We could look into that.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Those are some great questions. Sorry. And I'll comment on those when we get to comments. I think there was a throwaway comment about holiday, extra measures during holidays. And I assume what you're talking about is extra shuttles somewhere or extra stuff somewhere for holidays. So like, I'm thinking about the hometown fair, which isn't an official federal holiday, but it is an event that I'm sure used a lot of Lot 3, Metlocks, whatever. And so, you know, even though that would be past the time, I think it ends September 8th at the mall, would we be, could you like reach out to Connecta for, I know they have programming some weekends, but I would assume that we could reach out for certain things like hometown fair, holiday open house, and then fireworks. Is that something that's been talked about, or?
I think community development.
Eric's in, leave it, or no, Ryan? All of you? Harmony?
Good afternoon, Ryan Heiss again, Acting Community Development Director. Yeah, the item for tonight is what direction you want to give us to reach out for future work. So we have it extend through September 8th to the emergency closure of the lot, but that doesn't mean we can't extend it further up into the holiday season at the mall. After that, we would have to find another lot. We have investigated Connecticut already.
Okay.
So if we get direction, we will look in, excuse me, to vouchers, shuttles, alternate malls, if that's the direction we get.
Okay.
Alternate parking lots, I mean.
Great, and Katie, you mentioned, there's a lot of feedback.
Mine's off.
All right. I'm not really opposed to feedback in general, but, you know.
Don't know.
I mean, I like to give it. Okay, so you also mentioned if council wanted, we could give direction, and this is more, I think, of a finance department issue or maybe a city attorney question, aid for businesses. So this is not like the pandemic when there was a state of emergency and all these things came into play. This is an emergency situation, but we could direct staff to explore those, you know, what could be available out there.
Correct, yes.
So there's not something right now that's prescribed, but if we were so concerned, we could, you know, say go out and find out what is available.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No more questions or feedback.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, we'll open it to public comment. Please.
Sorry, I'm bringing my laptop on this one. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jill Lampkin, Executive Director for the Downtown Business and Professional Association. As you know, it is an emergency. We are aware, we agree. I just want to rattle off, I sent, oh, this
Yeah.
way, sorry.
There you go.
There you go. I'm usually so loud, nobody wants to hear me anyway. I did send out a quick survey to businesses just between Saturday and today, just to give you some feedback. With only the top level closed in July, 67% of our businesses responded that they had a 10 to 50% decrease in business. For August, 84% of our businesses saw a 10 to a 50% decrease. Foot traffic is the same. Cancellations for restaurants, hair salons are anywhere between 10 to 30%. It is the greatest challenge that we're seeing is from locals. Visitors come here not knowing about that, and they figure out what to do. I mean, the greatest success was the AVP, quite honestly, because we had direct communications with the people who had tickets to that. So we could tell them there's remote parking. Our locals are not going to use remote parking. Steve knows it, you all know it, I know it. We've got to come up with other solutions. The stacked parking, the valets, relocating employees, if we can use some, relax the requirements in some of the hill section that is currently only permit parking, and employees can use that at this point. I mean, like, it is an emergency. We need to find a place to put people so that customers can come to shop. We have a very limited holiday season. It's off, we only have 4 weeks this year. And when you talk about those big events, all of those big events also cut off all of the parking. So for fireworks, all of the parking is gone. For holiday open house, all of the parking is gone. Pumpkin races, like anything where we have events, it further impacts the parking. So we have to come up with some more. And I'm here for questions if you guys want to ask me questions after this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Rita Crabtree Kumpa, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. I just wanted to bring up, I heard somebody say something about helping the businesses and going outside of our city in order to see if there's any support for that. And that is something that I was thinking, is there something county-wide that we can say, you know, Manhattan Beach is having an emergency. I mean, CECO would see it as an emergency too. They want people to be able to access our city, to be able to access the beach, and right now they're not, it's a challenge. So I asked the question, can we look outside? Can we look at Supervisor Holly Mitchell or anybody else to find some funding for helping this, or some emergency assistance in some way? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Anybody else? Sing.
Hi, Brenda O'Leary. I just had an idea because we're talking about the farmers market and whether or not it should be there. We do make it through every Tuesday with that road closed, so maybe we could, on an ongoing basis, just close that road permanently and put in stacked parking and move the farmers market until this is done. But it does have a good amount of space where you could park cars.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? How about online?
We have Jim Barton.
Once again, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Jim Burton, downtown resident. Number one, 100% in favor of this emergency. We need to get it done. This parking structure has been in discussion for repairs for I don't know how many years. The idea of connecting it underground into Metlocks is not new. But I would agree with Councilmember Napolitano and Councilmember Montgomery regarding if this is an emergency, we need to think about it as an emergency. And as a downtown resident, if we need to work later, believe it or not, I would be in support of that. I think that if you're gonna do it, you need to get it done. The businesses need it. As residents, the least amount of time, the better. And I don't know who was asking the question, but hats off to Jeff. 8 months is record time to get something done in terms of construction. I'm on a construction job out of town, and it's taken a lot longer. It's gonna take twice as long and twice as much if you don't consider it an emergency. I would do that. The only thing I would ask is that obviously as you close the streets, more cars are gonna be driving through the neighborhoods, and anything we can do to help slow down the vehicles that are trying to drive through the neighborhoods, particularly Morningside, 10th Place, all of that, as people come down Manhattan Beach Boulevard. But it's an emergency, get it done. I'm in favor of it. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Burton.
We have Steve Shirillian.
Good evening, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Great, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Steve Shirillian. Just a couple of thoughts. One thing I didn't see on the staff report from the fiscal implication part was the loss of parking citation revenue that we would incur from Lot 3. I'd like to kind of see what that number would be like. My calculations would be around $30,000 to $40,000 a month. In addition to that, the top part of Lot 3, which is 50 spaces approximately, that's being now impacting upper part of Metlocks parking as well. So you're losing that money as well from parking meters. And the citations that you're losing are general fund dollars and not parking fund dollars. So they're a little bit more important to the operation of the city. And as I remember when we were going through the building of the public safety facility, we utilized the parking at Live Oak. It worked pretty well. I don't remember it being too impactful. I'd like to ask to see when the replacement for that lot would be. If it is up and coming, that wouldn't really be a bad idea. That would open up over 100 parking spaces at the Civic Center. I agree with council member comments that I heard that we really need to look at everything, leave no stone unturned. It is an emergency situation, and if this was a natural disaster, we would, again, look for any means, and I'm not seeing that sense of urgency that we're looking under every rock. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shirillian.
There are no additional requests.
No, Councilmember, so I'm going to close public comments, and Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's a certain paradox to all this because during the end of COVID and the onset of everyone's desire to maintain the outdoor dining and the parking spots on the town, we don't need parking. Everyone's going to ride their bike down and use rideshare. Now we need parking, so let's stick with the idea that we're going to need parking for a while. For that reason, what I want to do is direct staff at this time to get creative and look to squeeze every possible parking spot out of downtown and the surrounding areas that we can. I'm not going to touch Live Oak at this time. Someone else might want to speak to that. I think Live Oak should stay as it is for the Little League and the other users there. I think it would be a huge impact on there for a long term that I wouldn't want to see on those. I think there are other creative solutions we can do. I frankly think you could triple stack the parking on the east side of Valley there. Park on the grass there if you want. Don't take away the Little League field from the kids. Park in the grass on Veterans Parkway. Have someone, an attendant there that can go up and down on there and stack the parking along there. I think we can squeeze the number of parking spots that we're going to lose out of other places, other solutions using valet, using attendants, using stacked parking, using whatever it is. We can squeeze more parking out of downtown. I would do that before I look at the voucher program or more fixed route spots up on, Connecta might be something to do for holidays or something else, but I don't see that. I would also look at suspending the parking restrictions on the hill section side of the streets leading up from Ardmore, I believe it is. We have parking restrictions there. I would remove those for the time being. Farmers Market, have a hard discussion with Jill as to whether or not it's even worth considering moving it somewhere else. The disruption that might be, the difficulty that might be there. Maybe there's another place for it. I'm not going to try and find that solution myself, but I think that the issue with even closing down 13th is we need that route for the trucks to take away the debris after as it's being torn down. And also extend the hours of the operation for the tear down. I'll let staff pick what those hours should be, but I would go beyond what the current hours are and treat this. It's an emergency to us, it's an emergency to our businesses, an emergency to our downtown. I don't see others are going to see a parking structure as an emergency. That'd be great if they did. We can ask. I'm not going to rely on that, though. I don't think any other level of government's going to step in for us here for a parking structure. We're on our own. And so for that reason, we need to look within ourselves. Other things that I believe we should do, or what was asked to approve. Where's my list? Come on, Councilmember Lesser, you're always on that.
Just a resolution.
What do they want direction
Yeah, I
for?
was going to say, let's break it down and go for the resolution first.
Adopt resolution number 240105, declare a local emergency. Yes, we need to do that, obviously. That's it.
The
Thank you.
business impacts?
What's that?
We're also seeking direction regarding business impacts.
If we find the parking, we lessen the impacts. So I don't want to hit the impacts in terms of vouchers or things like that until we look at the parking first. Because if we can fix the parking and find the parking, then that's going to take away the impacts.
Okay, and I'll second that.
Wait,
Oh,
are we seconding just the resolution?
yeah.
Okay.
To declare a local emergency.
Not the whole list of things you said, just the resolution.
No, we're
Those were
I didn't make a motion.
Yeah, I didn't say
Oh,
motion.
I thought you did.
I don't know what's going
I
on.
didn't, but I will. That's my motion.
Okay.
To adopt the resolution.
To adopt
Sure.
the emergency rent, yeah.
Sure. And everything
Declare a
else is
local
done.
emergency.
No, wait, whoa. He just-
No, I can make the motion. You can disagree with it.
I know, but I
don't say,
wanted
wait,
him
whoa.
to hear it. You weren't.
Okay, all
I'm
right,
not
just,
agreeing.
I know,
we'll
but
let him speak.
I'm speaking to
All
the
right,
mayor
just
who's running the meeting, and he has heard me just fine. That's why he seconded it.
So there's a motion from Councilmember Napolitano to approve, adopt resolution 24-0105 to declare a local emergency, and Mayor Franklin seconded that. Further discussion? Yes, Councilmember Montgomery?
So I agree with my colleague. Steve's right on the main points. I still think that we have an option. If you don't know till you ask. Supervisor Mitchell, I haven't gone to her hat in hand before, but now I've got a real reason to go after her and say, now we need help. You're supposed to represent us. Now's your time. This is our earthquake. This is our failure of the infrastructure to fail. We need our help. So between them and the state, we got Senator Biennial and Mayor Succi, and call them up and we'll text them. Hey, we need your help. Would you guys consider, we need your help. How about access to the state parking and or county parking until we get this resolved? That's our emergency ask. So I want to go to that step, and I won't know the answer until we talk to them. So I'm not going to rule that out that they wouldn't help us. Everything else I agree with. Hold off.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. What parking, though?
All the parking at the beach, from the state, county, all the way down. All the county lots?
By the pier?
By the pier, all the way down. Everything to the west of Highland Avenue. Everything to the west of Ocean Avenue. Everything. And then see, they tell us, okay, it'll affect us all. We'll see how we all have to adjust. Whether we all adjust for 13th Street, I agree. Time's of the essence. We can't wait one day, the latest months. We can't do that. Hours I'm fine with. Everything else I'm fine with. I would hold off also on moving Live Oak Park parking. Also hold off on the funding that we would give benefits to businesses that we did during COVID. Hold off until we know exactly the depth of what we're going to talk about. Shirley was right about, we didn't think about the loss of citation income, but I'm not worried about the income part. I want the structure built as fast as we possibly can, safely, the right way, and also to not rule out going down, levels down. I had a conversation with Andy Cohen and Gensler, he knows our city, and the cost 2 years ago, he said it may have gone up since then. It's $100,000 per space for underground parking, 100K. That may have gone up in 2 years. You have to look at that and see. But we need to not rule out that portion of going underground. When you're there, you get as much parking as you can out of that spot. And it creates a little more depth down the road. When it's finished, your parking fund revenue that Shireen was talking about will come back to us. But we have to be open-minded to create that spot 2 levels underground like Metlocks did, and then go back when normal levels up. So that's where I'll stop. I support the resolution.
All right.
Thank you. So
Comment?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I do want to clarify, because you said you second the motion for the resolution. And
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano had many aspects to his motion, which I might agree with. But so do we need, I think it's fine to just vote on the resolution and then vote to give direction, but I'm just unclear what is being seconded and discussed. So your motion, Councilmember Napolo, included suspending the permit program for the Hill section currently, correct?
It can, or I can break it apart too. I defer to the mayor.
That's all I was clarifying. I thought they were wonderful ideas. It was not clear that that was what the second was for.
Well, it's direction, so that's part of the direction. So staff can look into it and determine the feasibility and come back.
No, I want to be more direct because I feel that so actually, codify. Let us. I would like to direct staff to suspend temporarily the permits for the Hill. I would like to direct.
That was the direction.
I know, but he's saying, but no, it's just more general direction. There's a lack of clarity up here.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think we should call for the question on the emergency resolution and then discuss some of these ideas and give staff very clear direction on doing these things. Otherwise, we're just going to come back here in a couple weeks. It's like, well, so we have a motion and a second for the resolution, right?
Yes.
So that resolution, it's an emergency situation and we can.
Let's vote.
Let's do it.
Okay.
And so before you vote, 2 things. There's also the environmental determination, which is item B. And also there's some clerical changes to the resolution, and Martha's going to put it on the screen. And so this is the motion to make the environmental finding and adopt the resolution.
Yes, that's the motion.
They're all just clerical changes, typos.
Okay, so we still call for the question.
Yeah. Okay, so call for the vote.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Franklin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth?
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Okay, now we will discuss and provide direction.
Thank you. So I wanted to just say what I agreed with. I agree with temporarily suspending the permits for the Hill residents. I agree on extending the hours and letting staff make that determination. I think we should maybe break it up a little because there may be things that we have agreement on and things that we don't have agreement on, because I don't necessarily want to direct the Downtown Business Association to postpone farmers market. I mean, maybe yes, move it, maybe, but I'd like to get some consensus on the things that we can. So, for instance, I am in favor of approving emergency hours. So I'd like to direct staff to do that. So that would be a motion.
Okay, do we have more?
Well, yeah, do we need to do each one by one? Because in terms of something like the farmer's market, my direction was that it could be determined between staff and the Downtown Association as to whether it can either stay there or go somewhere else. My point was, though, that it can't stay there and keep the demolition on full speed. So if it can't stay there, depending on when it starts, it could maybe, it's going to be another month, so that's 4 more farmers markets. I don't want to say that farmers market can't continue until it actually starts. That, to me, is something that staff and Downtown Association, but the bottom line was the farmers market can't stay there where it is when that demolition starts.
Can I make a request? And that is, now that we have adopted this resolution, declaring an emergency and giving the acting city manager authority to move forward with the demolition, I'd like to have some of these issues framed a little bit better. I want to move with all deliberate speed, but I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Howorth that we have a number of choices here, some of which we don't need to make tonight, and I'd like to give staff an opportunity to frame these up and give us some more specific choices here, have an opportunity to meet with the Downtown Business and Professional Association's executive director and frame these issues. But I also want to clarify what direction is needed tonight, because at a minimum, the shuttle service ends on September 8th. So I wonder if perhaps I can, with permission of the mayor, to ask the acting city manager to name what are the specific issues where direction tonight would be useful, and what are some issues where staff could maybe have a crack at coming up with some of these solutions along the lines of even what Councilmember Napolitano suggested in finding additional parking downtown.
I'm going to break that down. So first, we do want direction on whether or not to suspend the shuttle activities after September 8th, which is the last day we have them secured for as of today. Second would be the direction to explore how we can get as much parking as possible out of downtown, and that direction would include exploring valet attendant options in various lots throughout downtown. And there's one more thing.
Well, additional striping, looking at
Yes,
every,
that's included
adding
in that.
motorcycle parking, whatever it is.
Yes, that would be included in that. The permits on the hillside, that was clear. So that's not an explore, that's a do this right away, correct?
Well, we haven't taken a vote on it.
Yeah, we haven't taken a vote.
Okay, so we do need clarification on that as well. And then what we'll do is, as we're exploring the valet options, we'll have to understand how much would we have to charge, and then how much will the valet cost us, and how much can we charge so that it's reasonable and we don't raise any red flags for the Coastal Commission. So we'll come back with that information.
And I think we also need a vote or need to give direction on extending the hours.
Yes.
Right, right.
Outside of the parking, yes.
And I guess the only thing I want to say, I mean, I think it's clear what I want to do. I don't think we have to, I think that when we say explore stacked parking, restriping, and putting as much in downtown as we can, which I absolutely agree with. And to Councilmember Montgomery's points about the county lots, state lots, all of it, everything's on the table, but there has to be such a sense of urgency. So, we don't want empty storefronts and restaurants. And I know staff understands this, but I want to amplify that. So I'm going to try this approach, and y'all can come along or not. So I make a motion that we direct staff to, during this emergency situation, explore the extended hours of demolition and construction. That's my first motion. No? Okay.
What's the motion?
Do we direct staff, as part of all these things we've talked about, we direct staff to extend hours of construction and demolition during this emergency. Thank you.
But just to clarify, it's already 7:30 to, 7:30 to, when do they
6?
end? Fine.
To
6 p.m.
Yeah, and you heard from even a downtown resident that said, please extend these hours because we want this done sooner than later. And that was what did it for me. Thanks, Jim Burton. So that's my motion. I have a first and a second.
Can I just, based on the first and the second, just simply ask perhaps our engineer as to what sort of hours we're talking about, particularly given that we think of individuals coming downtown to eat. Just what hours are we thinking about to explore, just so we have a little guidance here.
I think they'll turn on. Right?
Now is it on? Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
We were thinking that if we were allowed to potentially work on Sundays, that could allow us to make up time if there are losses for, say, rain or other delays during the week. We weren't necessarily recommending like double shifts or 24 hours around the clock. So that's what our intention was by putting this in the staff report.
Motion and second. Oh, sorry. A motion and second. Do you guys have other concerns?
Are we deferring to staff as to what the?
Oh, I'm deferring. Yeah, I'm not prescribing what those hours are, but I want them to explore to keep this on track.
Well, I don't want them to explore, I want them to expand them, so that.
Yes, I want them to expand the hours.
My only comment for that was that would probably increase the cost of demolition if we were to do double shifts in order to accelerate the schedule.
That's fine. I think we should look at that.
Absolutely. I'm okay with that.
I would support exploring and then return.
No?
No?
Well,
If it substantially increases the cost, is why I'm just hesitating.
so there's a cost of that, and then there's a cost of, the loss to businesses. I mean, it's opportunity costs, and I appreciate your concern, though. It's not lost on me. I just, if this is an emergency, we need to act. But that would be my, and I just said, when I said explore, Councilmember Napolitano, I didn't want to say, well, no, make it to 7 or make it to 8. I do want to expand the hours. I just don't know exactly what they should be.
I think for us, an earlier start time would be most beneficial.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
For us, an earlier start time would be most beneficial in the morning.
So it's now 7:30, so
It's
it would
currently
be.
7:30, yeah.
And
I would say the most construction crews start at 6:30.
okay, well, we have a motion, we have a second on extending the hours for the demo. So can we have a vote?
Councilmember Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth,
Yes?
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, to your earlier question about what else we need direction from, I'd like to add, if the council would like us to explore shuttling ideas specifically for the events.
Yes. Well, that is something I would like us to explore, yes. And those may be one-offs and they may not be parked at the mall or whatnot, but hometown fair, holiday events, whatever. Yes, do I have to make a motion for that or can we just, okay, I'll make a motion for that.
Well, don't we typically have a shuttle for the hometown fair?
We do.
Yeah, so why would we be doing the shuttle?
We have shuttles hometown fair. They go TRW,
Yeah.
Okay,
north of
sorry.
Grumman Lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to do that. My apologies. The holidays, the holiday open house, the fireworks.
Well, how do people get down anyway on the fireworks?
I've heard people actually walk down.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not, but just come back. You don't have to say, yes, we're going to do that, but come back with what that might look like.
A plan for special events.
How about that doesn't need a motion, just come back at some point?
Right.
Is that okay with my colleagues?
Yes.
All right, how about temporarily suspending hill permits? I would like to make a motion that we temporarily suspend residential parking permits on the hill.
Second.
Well, that would also include the signage restricting the hours as well, because I think it's only 2-hour parking in some of those blocks.
Thank you. Well, yes, I would include the restricted hours. That would be my motion, but
I just would ask the traffic engineer if he could come to the podium, just to confirm if there's any other considerations council should be aware of before we go forward, which I think we're inclined to support, but I just want to make sure we're not missing any piece about removing the prohibition.
Sure, suspending the residential parking permit program could be done, doesn't take a lot of work. They would still hold their permits, but they wouldn't be applicable to anything because we would cover the signs.
Any refunds required? I can't remember whether there's a cost.
It's a biannual permit, and so it's renewed every 2 years.
it would be temporary.
If it would be the council's choice if they wanted to refund any permits that have been issued to this point.
I have a question for you. Can we get my perpendicular parking for subcompact vehicles?
That would
Because then
be-
we could get three vehicles per parking spot?
That would be part of our exploration to find out how many parking spaces we can fit in downtown.
That's it.
For the 3 people in smart cars.
They would have exclusive parking.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
so the motion is to temporarily suspend permits and the 2-hour restriction in the Hill and the Walk Street areas.
I still second.
Okay. Can we have a vote?
Councilmember Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Mayor Franklin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth,
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I would like, so Councilmember Napolitano mentioned restriping Valley, potentially parking on the grass. We could look at, I think at one point in time, we looked at changing the parallel parking spots to diagonal on Valley.
I think that goes, though, to the idea that staff needs to do more of a evaluation, a deep dive into what we can do and where we can do it.
Okay.
Rather than prescribing exactly what that should be
Okay.
right now.
Great, and just include,
But everything's on the table.
yeah, the 15th Street, give up the, I mean, you think there's about 5 or 6 parallel parking spots, and you'd make those diagonal, put in quite a few there. On the one side, on the on the Civic Center side. Okay. And then, restripe Valley parking. Okay. So, can you also look at, since there may be the possibility of moving the farmer's market, is that would give us access to that whole area? Can we park on the surface of Metlock's Plaza there, for example?
There's steps.
It's already hardscaped and,
I think we just leave it open for them to.
yeah, okay,
Encourage the parties.
If you got any ideas, email them directly to staff.
okay. As well as the public can email ideas.
And if any private business down there wants to open up their private parking for public use, we'd appreciate that as well.
I can't help you there. Mr. Mayor?
Okay, yes.
And I'd like to get consensus from my colleagues for staff to explore the potential of aid to some of the business, during this time, and it would be potentially in the form of grants. It may not even come from our general fund, but, this really is such an emergency for some of those small businesses. So I'd like to make a motion directing staff to explore options for aid and to come back to us. It may not be legal. It may be a gift of public funds. We may not be able to do it, but I want to know that.
I think it's too soon to do that. I think it's premature. I think we can find parking before that need is here.
Okay.
And then
Okay, save it, yeah.
I even had an idea of, this is like Dunkirk. Let's ask the residents to give their parking spaces in their driveways near downtown. And also, too, is we want to try to keep the spaces that are nearer to downtown for like patrons and things like that, and then the business's staff can move a little bit, further away, but give the parking that's closer as part of your analysis, is give the parking that's closer to the businesses and restaurants, to patrons. Okay.
Your Honor, just a suggestion. Since Mayor Pro Tem Howorth has a lot of free time now, I thought it'd be a good idea to let us go after the state and county.
Oh, yes.
With
yeah.
our contacts to see if we can get them. Not that, actually, Manager Clint can't do this, but I'm thinking, well, your plate's gonna be so full, I think between Amy and I and Steve and David and Joe, we can reach out to them and go after them with our contacts, and we've known them for years, to say, impress upon them, this is our emergency. It's rare where we go for them with any kind of request in our hand. This is a big one for us. So let us go after them.
State lots and things like that.
State and county lots, and everything's on the table, let us go after them. You okay with that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You're with me.
I'm with you. I'm dragging
That's
you with
good.
me.
Yep.
That means okay.
All right. Do we have direction?
To be clear, staff will not be extending the shuttle past September 8th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, anything else on this? Let me see.
I think we can move on.
And, okay, we can move on to item number 7. I just want to verify with staff, you're okay with direction?
Direction is clear. Thank you, Council.
Okay, great, thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 7, consideration of a resolution in support of statewide ballot measure Proposition 36, which proposes to allow felony charges and increase the sentences to certain drug and theft crimes. And we first need to hear from Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor, because yes, as much as I would like to vote on this issue, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain and leave the discussion for a while. As a candidate for judicial office, there is a code of ethics we have to run a campaign by, and one of those is that we can't take positions on anything that could indicate a bias one way or another. And because of that, I want to stay true to what my obligations are, and so I'll have to excuse myself on this item. Thank you, Ron.
Okay, sure, thank you. And don't eat all the M&Ms back there in the break room. Okay, so Acting City Manager Mirzakanian.
Thank you, Council. For this item, I would like to introduce Management Analyst Patricia Matson to make staff's presentation.
Oh, there.
Give her the mic.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As mentioned, I'm Patty Matson, Management Analyst in the Management Services Department. At a recent meeting of the Legislative Ad Hoc Subcommittee, which is comprised of Mayor Pro Tem Howorth and Councilmember Lesser, statewide ballot measure Proposition 36 was discussed. The subcommittee requested that staff return to council to consider taking a position on Proposition 36 since it relates to efforts that ensure public safety, which is an objective outlined in the city's legislative platform. Proposition 36, if successful, would modify components of Proposition 47, an initiative measure that passed in 2014 and reclassified specific offenses from felonies to misdemeanors, such as shoplifting items worth $950 or less and drug possession. Prop 36 proposes to increase punishment for certain theft and drug crimes by turning some misdemeanors into felonies, lengthening some felony sentences, and by requiring some felonies to be served in prison. Prop 36 also creates a new court process for some drug possession crimes by charging those with illegal drugs with a treatment-mandated felony instead of a misdemeanor in some cases. Additionally, Prop 36 provides that courts must warn those convicted of selling or providing certain drugs that they could be charged with murder if they sell or provide illegal drugs that could kill someone. Staff has prepared a resolution expressing support for Proposition 36 and recommends that City Council discuss and consider its adoption. That concludes my report.
Okay. Great, so any questions? No questions? Public comments on this, please? Anybody here? You want to put a voice to that thumb?
Steve Packwood, as a resident of Manhattan Beach for over 40 years, thank you for supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Packwood. Anybody else here? How about online?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, great. We'll close public comments. Colleagues, yes?
Just so everybody knows, the three biggest people, three groups behind this are Walmart, Target, Home Depot. I would thought after my incident last Thursday, Ralph would have jumped on board. But I think it's important to know this is what's right for us and our city, and it's the right thing moving forward with the entire state, so I vote in favor of it.
Is that a motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
There you go.
I mean, it's also supported by the League of California Cities.
Yes,
And that's very important, I think, that we all kind of band together, stand together. And I think this will help, excuse me. So I second that.
That's right. My motion is to approve resolution number 24-0103.
Okay. Additional comments?
Yes. I simply would
Councilmember Lesser.
raise the following issue, and that is, this is a proposition on the ballot for all voters to decide on. It's not just for our council to decide. So why are we weighing in? What gives us some better authority than each voter to make their own decision on this ballot measure? The reason is because in consultation with our law enforcement officers, this addresses issues that we are experiencing as a city. So I feel confident that we as a city can absolutely weigh in and encourage voters to vote positively for this measure, which is obviously weighing issues of criminal justice reform, whether they've gone too far. But at a minimum, I'll just simply keep my comments brief by saying I'll be in favor of the motion.
Great. And I also want to make a comment that this issue sort of came to council when my first full year in 2021, and it wasn't until then that we really saw the impact of the current district attorney's directives, which were not mentioned during the election and were foisted upon the residents of LA County, and they impacted us directly. In fact, that led to first a vote of no confidence passed by the majority of our council back in 2021, and then in 2022 during the recall, we voted in support of the recall of the district attorney, George Gascon. So this is just a logical and very welcome measure to evaluate or to consider. And we've seen the crime. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We not only have we seen the crime increase, but the intensity of that crime and how that can be harmful and how it has harmed our residents, physically, but also, their sense of well-being. And so that's what this hopefully will address and bring us back to some measure of sanity and common sense. So I'll be supporting it as well. So if there's no more comments, could we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Franklin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howorth?
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Councilmember Napolitano abstains.
Yeah.
Motion passes 401.
Hey, Steve Packwood, on your way out, can you tell Steve Napolitano to come back in?
Oh, do you have to?
Oh, there he is. Okay, so we move on to item number 8, which is a quarterly update on the city's homelessness initiatives. Acting City Manager, Mirzakanian, please.
Thank you again, Council. For this item, I'd like to introduce Assistant to the City Manager, George Gabriel.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Council. George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager. Tonight, I'll be providing a quarterly update on homelessness initiatives. The last time this quarterly update was provided was, I believe, on March 5th. And so staff is attempting to provide some of those notable updates that have occurred since then. So since the last time we talked, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority provided an official breakdown of the 2024 homeless count. And so what I have before you on the slide deck is the number of unsheltered persons counted, as well as the vehicles and dwellings counted. The official breakdown is what we call it. 2 individuals were persons seen on the street, and 2 cars were seen on this day. So I want to stress that this is a point-in-time count. This is not necessarily reflective of what we see on a daily basis, but this is reflective of what was observed on the night of, I believe, January 24th or 25th of 2024. So just to kind of give some historical perspective, I believe Council has seen this graph quite a bit, but this kind of goes to show some of our efforts And what they've yielded, and again, this is through the point-in-time count, but given the data that we do have, this is somewhat useful in trying to determine whether some of our outreach efforts are successful or not. And so you could see in 2018 there was a spike, and since the council has given some very specific policy direction to staff on addressing homelessness by adopting homeless plans, by dedicating grant funds, by dedicating general fund resources to housing and outreach resources, I think you've seen impacts as it relates to the point-in-time homeless count as well. So in that homeless count that was publicly released in June, what I have before you is the count presentation that was provided by the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority between the County of LA and the City of LA. And what you'll see is the County of LA and the City of LA observed slight decreases in homelessness. County of LA reflected a 0.27% decrease in homelessness, and the City of LA saw a 2.2% decrease in homelessness. So what does this mean to us? So I think Council is aware that Los Angeles County is divided up into what's referred to as SPAs, or service planning areas. And so the South Bay is in SPA 8. And so at the very bottom of this slide at the chart, you'll see that SPA 8 actually saw the greatest decrease in homelessness, or I think second most decrease in homelessness. And I think it's reflective of the combined SPA, or the South Bay's efforts on homelessness, and really dedicating a lot of resources to it. And certainly we have here tonight is Ronson Chu, who's kind of leading a lot of the COG efforts for that. So kudos to Ronson and all his efforts in addressing this. So one thing that was talked about at the March 2024 meeting was this notion of a homeless census, which is kind of a demographic survey that the city of Redondo Beach has utilized the past couple of years. It was very interesting. They provided a lot of insightful data on the homeless population. Consistent with council direction, staff further explored it. We did approach CityNet and ask for a proposal. The proposal came out to about $24,000 to conduct a homeless census survey solely for Manhattan Beach. And given our low homeless count numbers, I think staff found it a little bit cost prohibitive, and therefore didn't proceed with the proposal. So the city does have a dedicated outreach housing navigator that is funded by our general fund. And what you see in the slide before you is some of the outcomes related to those outreach efforts. And this reflects July 2023 to July 2024. Most notably, you see the number of outreach interactions. So that's 652. This is reflective of 13 months. So that's obviously inclusive of duplicative contacts, but it just goes to show some of the repeated efforts that our outreach navigator has. On a daily basis, she probably has 2 to 4 interactions with a homeless individual, or a homeless individual multiple times. And so this is reflective of that number. In that same period, 19 interim housing referrals were attained, and within interim housing referrals, it's also inclusive of shared collaborative housing placements as well, which was 16 of those 19, and then ultimately 5 stable housing placements over those 13 months. And so those are permanent solutions that our outreach navigator works on with those homeless individuals. So council will also recall that there are grant-funded contracts that the city oversees, and over the past couple years, we've had Measure H grant-funded contracts totaling $546,000. While the city is appreciative of these funds and all the effort that goes into getting services for these funds, I think we found that it's a lot more conducive for these funds to be managed by a regional entity. And so we're transferring management of this to reduce staff workload on this as well to the South Bay City's Council of Government. So seeing it's a regional contract, it's appropriate for the South Bay City's Council of Government to do it. And I believe in their September 26th Board of Directors meeting, they will officially approve it. And so I think it's a win for all, given the regional context of this. So Council will also recall, sorry, I'm tending to use that word a lot tonight, but we did have a transition of share collaborative housing placement services. The COG is now overseeing that agreement in which the city is utilizing those services. That takeover began in September of 2023, and since then, the COG has funded 15 new individuals for shared collaborative housing services, and this amounted to approximately about $36,000 in cost savings to the city. And so prior to this, the city was forking over the bill for this, and so thankfully the COG has stepped in, seen the success that the city of Manhattan Beach has seen with this program, and is now applying it at a regional level, and the city continues to see the benefit of the services as well. So there's been some changes in the law as it relates to homelessness, and so I'll kind of talk about some of those highlights as it relates to this. So the City of Grants Pass, First Johnson, was decided on June 28, 2024, and it basically ruled that an ordinance passed by the City of Grants Pass that essentially made it illegal for homeless residents to camp on all property was not unconstitutional. And so a lot of cities have been taking action because in essence it overturned presiding law, which was Martin versus Boise. On July 25th, 2024, the Governor of California issued an executive order directing state agencies to address homeless encampments on state land and encourage local governments to adopt similar policies. Thereafter, the LA County Board of Supervisors unanimously passed a motion which included a care-first approach, clarifying county jails will not be used for housing those prosecuted under anti-camping ordinances. And lastly, on August 22nd, actually most recently, media reports regarding encampment cleanups started occurring and began to circulate. And so shortly after these reports were circulated that morning, the Manhattan Beach Police Department alerted the homeless outreach team comprised of MBPD officers and ensured their weekend availability to respond to homeless individuals, as well as our dedicated outreach navigator that the city contracts for was also available, and she was available for the last 2 weeks at 6 a.m. on Fridays. So speaking of that dedicated outreach contract, the city has not seen a competitive RFP process on that contract in some time, and so in an effort to ensure that this contract remains competitive and getting proposals out there, the city did begin an RFP process. It began on August 8th, and I believe it closes this week. City Council will need to approve an outreach services provider contract, and that's slated for November of 2024. So I mentioned earlier the share housing, collaborative housing data, and I thought this would be interesting for the council to kind of reflect upon. So we began utilizing these services in December of 2021. So 35 individuals have been placed into share over that period of time. 106 months of rent have been paid as well. And so, you know, a common question I do receive is what does this transition from share look like? And so after being housed into a shared collaborative housing program, we typically see three types of what we call exits. One is interim housing, so this could be into a shelter. It could be into basically something that is similar to what they're experiencing in share, which is something that is more on the temporary side of housing. We also see permanent housing, so that's something with that it could be a connection to a family relative. It could be to a housing solution that is longer than a year, let's say, or it could be homelessness. And so with those 35 individuals that we saw, at least in the immediate exit, that we saw 18% of those individuals went into an interim housing placement, 45% went to a permanent housing placement, and 36 went back into homelessness, unfortunately. So we do have an election coming up, as was articulated earlier, and What I like to proverbially refer to as Measure H 2.0, I believe it's going to be it's designated Measure A on the ballot, is going to be on the November 5th election ballot. And basically what it does, it repeals the 2017 tax and then replaces it with a half-cent sales tax, raising about $1 billion in annual funding. And so what I will say is that this would be a net increase of a half a cent to the city of Manhattan Beach if it were passed. But if it were not passed, the tax would expire in 2027. So what are the important provisions of Measure H 2.0 or Measure A? As mentioned earlier, it's scheduled to expire, and right now it does not have a sunset clause and can only be repealed by voters. Measure H 2.0 does not impact the sales tax limit because there is a caveat that was adopted by the state legislature, basically allowing for them to exceed the sales tax limit for homeless services specifically. And then third, this ballot measure does not have a direct allocation for cities to cover costs of homeless services, which was quite disappointing to a lot of cities. So I'd like to transition this to Ronson Chu from the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. He'd like to discuss the Functional Zero Street Homeless Compensation Program. And thank you, Ronson, for being here. And please discuss this program.
Thanks, Gabriel, for that introduction. Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. Wanted to talk about the Functional Zero Street Homelessness Program because I would like to incorporate Manhattan Beach into the program. Just taking a step back, and you can change the slide to the next one. A couple of years ago, we wanted to create an accountability goal for our cities to measure how we're doing on homelessness. And so we were looking across the nation, and we came across this Functional Zero framework, which is saying that, you know, what cities adopted, they want homelessness. It's acknowledging that you can't prevent homelessness, but when it does occur, the experience is brief and one time. And we thought it was a great accountability goal for our cities, and we approached the county on implementing it. It takes some funding. There was a consulting firm that was specializing in this, but the county wasn't interested for whatever reason in doing this. And so we ended up creating our own Functional Zero definition. Nationwide, there isn't a set definition. There's many Functional Zero definitions. There's Functional Zero veteran homelessness, Functional Zero senior homelessness. And so we wanted to do Functional Zero street homelessness because we want to see our streets clear from people experiencing homelessness. And so the definition that we set out was that we wanted to see people leaving the streets the number of people leaving the streets being greater than the number of people entering into the streets, whether they're becoming homelessness as a Manhattan Beach resident or they're coming from somewhere else, but we wanted to get them off the street as quickly as possible, and we decided like 90 days was a good time frame to do that. Next slide. So we created this commendation program, and what it is the COG would then help cities monitor, track, and report on the city's progress towards Functional Zero. Next slide. And what it really is, it's really a data collection exercise. So in this example, what we did was we started Redondo Beach as the pilot city because of the many investments that they were doing, and we were seeing them rapidly decreasing their homelessness numbers. And so we were tracking Redondo Beach's performance, and what we wanted to see is if they could achieve Functional Zero for a period of 6 months. And so for the past year and a half, we've been tracking Redondo Beach's data. We had weekly meetings or weekly reports sent to us from their case managers. We have monthly meetings with their staff to case conference. And this is an example of some of the data we collected. As you can see, we're tracking street duration. In this sample data set, Lida was able to get people off the street in 0 days. That means she was meeting someone on the street and immediately getting them into a shelter or housing situation, or reunifying them with their families. And so it was working really well, and through our case conferencing, we were adding additional tools in the toolbox to get people off the streets. And so as this snapshot was happening, they were having a median duration of 54 days. their inflow was 50 people, outflow 54 people, and they had only 21 people currently on the street. So at this point in time, the city was at a functional zero state, which is terrific. And so next slide. So yeah, for functional zero, what we would do is we report to you or to the city on regular monthly intervals. We would report on inflow, outflow, duration, and we'd also collect demographic and psychographic data on the homelessness population. And then based on this data, cities and the COG can evaluate appropriate next steps to get closer to functional zero. Next slide. And so the idea is that once the city has achieved functional zero, we would, take time to celebrate the achievement and have a graduation ceremony for the cohorts of cities. Next slide. So like I said, Redondo Beach has been our first pilot city, and we're excited to announce some very positive results soon. We're actually coming out with a press release in a couple of weeks, and we hope to have an event. At the event, we hope to announce our next cohort of cities. Because of my limited staff, it's really just me and one other person, we can only take on a few cities at a time. We want to do the city of Manhattan Beach because we think it's a good candidate for a program. One, based on the low homeless count that George just mentioned, the homelessness staff here are great. There's actually great neighborhood activism and Be Safe. So there is a good sort of community here that is addressing homelessness. And we have access to regional resources too, like SHARE, and we have about a dozen programs at the COG. And also one other thing too, because it's a data collection program, it is in a sense an ongoing census. So then you wouldn't need that census. We would be doing that on an ongoing basis. So that's the idea, is to see if the city would be interested in joining our functional zero program.
Thank you, Ronson. So with that in mind, staff recommends that the council receive the report detailing various efforts and initiatives staff is undertaking regarding homelessness, and 2, discuss and provide direction on whether the city should participate in the COG's Functional Zero Street Homelessness Program. And I just want to end with a big thank you to all the efforts within the Manhattan Beach Police Department, and they are our eyes and ears on this, and they go out and address calls for service and take action as warranted. And additionally, our partners at Harbor Interface Services as well, and as well as the community activism that Ronson mentioned. Be Safe is a critical part in our homeless response, especially in addressing times where Myra, our outreach navigator, isn't available, and oftentimes on weekends where Be Safe can go in and conduct outreach as well. So a big thank you to all, and this concludes my report. Thank you.
Great. Questions? Councilmember Lesser?
I'm not sure. Thank you, George, for that presentation, and thank you also, Ronson. Thank you, Ronson, for all the work you've been doing for a number of years on this subject throughout our region. Question has to do with our region, though, following the grants pass decision, please. And that is, I think many are wondering what these sweeps in neighboring jurisdictions are going to mean for our city with regard to how we might be facing more of the unhoused in our community. What are you seeing on a regional basis following sweeps, City of Los Angeles, Long Beach, other jurisdictions?
Right, so we've been working really closely with our case managers. One is, when we do see an influx of people, we want to immediately get them reconnected to wherever they're coming from. And so 15% of our outcomes right now at the COG is reunification, either reunifying someone to a family member or busing them back to the original cities. It's all voluntary, and it's surprising, like, when you do the problem-solving questions, like, hey, where are you from? Do you have family members that can help you? A lot of times they say yes. We just spent $3,000 on a plane ticket because some Frenchman got stuck here and was homeless in Torrance. And so we do that. And so those are kind of the tactical measures that we do when we see a spike in homelessness. We unfortunately are seeing our neighbors to the north in CD11, also in Long Beach, enact anti-camping ordinances and street sweeps. And we're seeing some spillover effect. And so We don't, I mean, we can't control what other jurisdictions outside the COG can do or cannot do, but we want all of our cities to continue offering the services in the shelter and not resort to punitive measures that we're seeing some other regions do.
Presently, your funds for this program, including the proposed functional zero street homeless program, come from where? Is it the current Measure H, or are there other supplemental funds which we should be aware of if we commit to participating in the program?
It's primarily through Measure H. I'd say 70 to 80% of our funds are through Measure H.
All right, let me stop there. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Montgomery.
Stay there a second, Ronson. Hey, so I'll follow Councilman Lester's question. If Measure H1 stays Measure H1, we don't go 2.0, we still get funding from Measure H1. We don't lose funding.
Right, Measure H does not sunset till 2027.
Right, so if the new 2.0 does not get there, we're still gonna get funded, so that's Measure 1. You mentioned the word accountability to the cities, right?
Yeah.
Here's my accountability numbers, 41 to 2. 2008, when Steve and I joined 2017, that council didn't have a homeless plan. Didn't exist. So we got everybody together, George, Bruce, everybody that was involved. It started a plan, that council, and you're seeing 41 at that point in time. I know it's a point in time, 41. And 24, 2. So accountability, we check that box. Now it's due to PD, Chief Johnson and Chief Lang and George and everybody helped, Hazard Navigator and Myra and everybody, and MB Safe Lee, everybody pitched in. So everybody knows what we're doing. We see our program, it's clear, you gotta get there. Why the cities don't follow, I don't know. And also to your point about the influx from Councilmember Park, CD11, and her anti-van movements and enforcing her encampments in Venice area, according to George, and we have metrics, folks, we have not seen that big number jump. I don't know other cities you're seeing that number go up. Have you seen it spread to all the rest of the COG cities? Since these sweeps in LA CD11 started, have you seen the numbers go higher in Redondo and Torrance and Hawthorne? Everybody else, have you seen that?
We've heard, we haven't confirmed it for case managers, just some anecdotal stories. They are seeing people coming in, a little increase that weekend that it happened. There was a more concerning one in Long Beach where we did see some spillover into Wilmington, which is Councilmember McCosker's district. He's also part of the COG, and so we reached out to him, and then he mentioned he did see some people coming in from Long Beach because of that encampment resolution.
And one last one, Your Honor. So, Ronson, have you seen the Redondo Beach that had an issue? And before they did their pallet homes, they had, I don't know, it's a church or a school, private school. They were feeding homeless, was it lunchtime or dinners during the week? You know, that program's still going on because the influx of people that we've seen walk homeless down Redondo and back through our city. When we made contact with them, we found out they were going to Redondo because they're being fed a lunch or dinner. Fine, I saw it. I don't know if you're aware of that, or is that still going on to your knowledge?
Redondo has actually a number of churches that offer food for the homeless, so I'm not sure. There's one in North Redondo. Actually, my daughter went to her daycare right next to the church, and so I know that church very well. I do believe they are still doing it. They're on Artesia, so I guess that is near the proximity where they could go back and forth between Manhattan and Redondo. But I haven't heard from Myra or anyone else that the participants of that church are necessarily perpetuating. I guess people will not want it to get off the streets. So I haven't heard that yet, though.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple. One to George. It says that staff approached CityNet and received a proposal for $24,000 to conduct a homeless census survey solely for Manhattan Beach, but we haven't done that, correct?
No, we have not done that. We only received the proposal and then we evaluated it and found it fairly cost prohibitive.
Okay, good. I find it fairly cost prohibitive too, and would say, what were we thinking? Given our numbers, I don't think we need to conduct that. The other would be for Ronson, I get why you'd want Manhattan Beach to participate in this program, because it sounds like an easy win, the COG to say, graduate Manhattan Beach, but is there no cost to the city for that? And
There's no cost to participate in the program.
But I guess I look at it and I look at staff time, and there's a whole lot more reporting and time spent at meetings and things like that. I mean, given all our resources put together, I think we're doing pretty well. I just don't know and can't see at this point what another layer of bureaucracy on top of what we're already doing helps anybody.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing is a point in time, right? And I want to stress that, right? So you're good today, but we don't know how we're going to be next year or the year after that. So we want to monitor and provide that data so that we have eyes and ears on the ground, so that we can report back to you all if something changes. I think that's the importance of the functional zero program.
I mean, wouldn't we know if something changes?
Yeah, if we're starting to see a large increase in inflow month to month.
I mean, I guess my point is we're already paying for an additional dedicated caseworker ourselves for outreach. We're paying for additional beds. We're part of the SHARE program and others. Again, I just don't see what this brings us. I get what the COG can say, yeah, we did it in Manhattan Beach and that helped. But I'm just not saying, if something changes, we'll adjust along with that. But if something changes, what is this program going to do to address that or provide additional resources to address that? All I see is monitoring, and COG gets the numbers, and then you create this database. But I don't see what Manhattan Beach is going to, how we're taking people off the streets because COG's doing that.
Right, but I think it's the devil's in the details that matter. So we don't know in the future if the spike's going to be in seniors becoming homeless, or is it going to be more families? So right now in Redondo Beach this past week, we've seen 4 families in elementary schools come in reporting that they're nearly homeless. And so we want to react appropriately. So instead of taking an axe to the problem with this data and the devil being in the details, we can take a scalpel at the problem and cure the problem faster than if we didn't have the data. And so that's really the gist of it.
Don't you get that by going out and talking to them, though?
I
mean, it still comes down to a caseworker talking to these folks and getting them to accept services. Data doesn't make that happen on its own.
Right. But I guess it's like, it's also analysis of if there's enough services to meet the needs of the problem. So, for example, right now we are having problems with the family system. There's a 1-year waiting list to access the family system in the system. Right now, if you call Harbor Interfaith, if you're a family and you want help, they'll take down your number and they might call you in a couple months.
How does this solve that, though? It doesn't create more beds or more rentals for families.
Right.
Yeah. I get it. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. Hi, Bronson.
Hi.
Thanks for all you do to help us. We appreciate it. There's a lot of things that have made us have these really good numbers here. The diligence of our police department, oversight by George. Another thing that we have is, the application Reach Manhattan Beach, where we've now added homeless outreach to that. Are there any other cities that have something like that residents can use to report on a homeless individual?
Yeah, Torrance, for example, has also an app that residents could use, I believe. Redondo Beach, I don't know what they have, but they do have something where residents can report in something that they're seeing on the streets. And the system itself has LA Hop, where people can go online and report an incident if they see it.
And who receives that? I mean, I know that our Manhattan Beach Reach goes straight to the police and to Myra, and she's like right on. I was once reporting somebody, and the next thing I knew, Myra was zooming past me, and to protect this homeless individual, because she was, walking in a daze in the street, in the middle of the street.
Yeah, no, Myra is great, and then you get that immediate feedback loop, which is great when cities invest in homeless resources, because they get that immediate feedback loop. What happens when you go to LA Hop is they don't tell you what happened with that case. And so what happens then is you go out the next day, you see the same person there week after week, and why is that person not getting help? So that feedback loop is missing. There might be a very good reason why the person's still out there on the street, but we don't know. But with Myra, you're able to know what's going on.
Okay, and as far as the share beds, first of all, thank you to the COG for taking over that expense. So that has dropped from our general fund expense, is the fact that the COG is, you have a total of 18 now? Share beds?
We don't count it by beds, but we have about $50,000 of funds to go towards rental subsidies. The bed counts fluctuate by the number of houses that they have. So I don't have a bed count for you.
So we had started with 2, then I think we added 1, and then we are ultimately, or at 5 to comply with having a shelter. Couldn't ask an individual to get off the street unless, we had that shelter bed. So we appreciate the support there, and I think that's a good reason for our success. So we did talk about, it's reporting. I mean, don't we have, isn't there a tool that these numbers can be drawn from anyway? Doesn't Myra update, and doesn't our police department update a database that these tools can be, this data for the functional zero street homelessness can pull? I just don't want to take them away from what they're doing.
Yeah, well, Myra for Harbor Interfaith has a HMIS tool database that we don't have access to. We've been asking for access to, but they don't give cities and COGS access to that database. But George,
Yeah, so Mayor Franklin, Myra does track, and so her outreach outcomes, and so it's kind of reflective of the data points that you see in the PowerPoint presentation. As it relates to how it's different to what Myra does compared to what Ronson is discussing, it seems like Ronson would be asking Myra for some more detailed questions as it relates to each outreach outcome. Right now, our outreach outcomes, we don't track necessarily how many families, and so that would be a question that Ronson's data would track. As it relates to the individual and where they rank in terms of the HMIS system, I think those would be other things that Ronson would track as well. We primarily track interactions, whether the client is being case managed, whether a placement is being made, and then whether they've been enrolled in benefits and documents. And so that's a very generic tracking, and I think Ronson is looking for through his program is something a little bit more detailed.
Okay. And then also to Ronson, I remember getting an email, and I was trying to find it before the meeting and I couldn't find it, but it was a analysis or a report, about effectiveness of, it was a COG meeting on homelessness, I believe, and they were giving feedback. I mean, one thing that popped off of that was just saying that the point in time report, people just really didn't see the value of it because it's one day.
Yeah.
It's in June, it's in January, which is typically cold. You don't count the people who are in shelters already, so they're typically not going to be on the street. Was there anything else that you gleaned from that discussion?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely some of our feedback. We still think just-in-time funding is really important. Like, if someone wants a security deposit, we need to give it to them that day. The landlord's not going to wait 2 months to get a security deposit. They would have moved on, especially in our rental market. Yeah. And so the system still it still takes forever to get the help that they need. And so we want some urgency in the system.
Yeah, you get somebody finally motivated to get off the street and you're waiting for a check for a bus fare or something. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so thank you. And so let's go ahead and open it up for public comment, please.
Yeah, good evening. Rita Crabtree-Kumpa, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council members. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. They're all over the map because that was a very big presentation. I just wanted to get some clarity of understanding. The one slide showed $546,000 that was given, that money was not given to Manhattan Beach in particular. That money is managed or has been managed by Manhattan Beach for all the beach cities. It's not money that we received only for us. And I just wanted to, get an understanding that is what has happened. And make one other comment. The shared collaborative housing actually can be a permanent housing solution for people. There are people who maintain staying there for years because it's low rent and there's no other utilities or anything. So that's a really good option. Regarding the sales tax, I just wanted to comment regarding the H2O. Right now, it's just, the county just doesn't have a good plan for that money. And so I can't actually, I wouldn't move forward with that. I suggest we stay where we are, give them 2027, 3 more years to figure out how to manage and plan using that money effectively. And then regarding the functional zero accommodation program, I mean, we do have a really good program, and we have been able to, as a city, a plan, and we've been able to move forward with getting people off the streets quickly. I have no time left. But it would be, the increased detail does help us in regionally understanding where resources are lacking and how we might be able to work together to increase getting people to the resources as needed. So that would be one plus for that, though I think we're doing a really, really good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Phillips. I'm just going to go through the slides very quickly. Slide 3, whatever Manhattan Beach is doing is working. Slide 4, the homeless count in LA might have decreased, but the decrease was not statistically significant. Whatever this LA City and LA County are doing is not working. CityNet, everybody has an idea for a service, but it's not tied to an outcome. I go to a million meetings and everybody has a service, and it's not tied to an outcome. So I don't support any more services or surveys. Functional zero on Manhattan Beach. Manhattan Beach might have people who are financially stressed, but 99.9% of the homeless in Manhattan Beach were never housed in Manhattan Beach. Putting on my public health hat, once somebody arrives here in Manhattan Beach, they're already homeless. It makes more sense to put resources in cities where people are falling into homelessness, not here, right? Because once somebody's homeless and they come here, that's after the fact, and it's harder. It's like a disease. You want to go upstream as far as possible and prevent the homelessness. So what city in the COG are people falling into homelessness? And maybe that's where we should focus our efforts. Like I said, I think Manhattan Beach is doing a good job in managing those who want shelter. We're a small city, and we can see changes very quickly with people walking up and down the Strand, people walking around the parks. I think we really do a good job with any type of singlet that pops up, encampments, RVs. And we do have a lot of services. I think share is very good. It mentioned that 30% fall out of share, but for permanent supportive housing, like in Houston, which is the gold standard, it's 10 to 20% fall out of housing. And I pulled the LA County numbers, and about 40 to 50% fall out of permanent supportive housing in LA County. So we're doing very well when we look at the bigger picture. And I think the only thing I want to really also comment on it is balance. You know, we have a good program for homelessness, but we also need to balance public safety. I brought that up before, public safety in our spaces and making them safe and accessible to the general public. Thank you for your time today.
Great. Thank you, Lee.
Hi, Debbie Van Ness, longtime resident and member of MB Safe. Thank you for the report. It is good to see us doing so well on this issue. I wish I also am a no on the sales tax for the reasons Rita mentioned. That doesn't seem to be working, all the billions of dollars that are being spent. And I would love to see our solutions be carried forward and maybe somehow, I don't know if we can see the city take the lead in the state, maybe contribute to solutions in other areas because we are doing well. We are doing well because we're small and we do have a good group here that works together. I know the mayor of Santa Monica was on the Ken Cobalt show last week, and we actually got called out in the city of Manhattan Beach as being somebody that, like, you know, how come he actually said, how come I go to Manhattan Beach? I don't see these problems. I don't see these problems in the park. I don't see them. And so I think we should capitalize on that and maybe try to be of help and service to other areas with some of our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? How about online, Martha?
There's no request on Zoom.
Oh, okay, so we'll close public comment and comments, colleagues? Yeah.
I'll start us off. Hey, it's a team approach. When I was mayor, I met Mayor Bass, 23, and I gave her our blueprint that George and staff and PD and fire and everybody put together. How did you do it? Here's our blueprint. Call George. Here's our blueprint. Call George. That was it. She doesn't follow our plan yet, but I'm just saying that it's there. It's there, folks. The proof is in numbers I gave Ronson. 41, 2. That's all you got to remember. 3 numbers. 41, 2. You want accountability? There's your proof. How do we keep going? How do we still get there? Well, that's why I asked Ronson. If measure H 1.0 stays as it is, 27, we don't lose any funding. To Rita's point, when Supervisor Hahn gave us $330,000 in 2000 or 2019, 18, it was 3 cities. It was Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan. And that's it. 3 cities. So our money is shared in 3 cities. But that was the genesis of what you see today. So I know George, every time he gets close to money being out, George is out there hat in hand collecting from where he can. But I mean, I'm not sure I would trust. I'll be careful what I want to say because I want their help on the state and city lots. I will say as far as 2.0 goes, I do not want to reward poor financial management and then trust those people that run the programs now to benefit Manhattan Beach going forward. I'll stop there. As far as everything else goes, I think we want to run Ronson's program, the Vision Zero, not Zero Vision, what's it called? Functional Zero, sorry, Eric Garcetti's old plan. I'm fine with that. Like Steve said, it doesn't take much staff time. I'm cool with it. Doesn't cost us anything. That's a good way to show people how we got there today. And I'm glad Santa Monica gave us a shout out. That's even more important. Cities see it. As president of ICA Independent Cities, they've seen our blueprint all across LA and Orange County. They've seen what we've done. They think that we're unique because we have a beach as our border. And we don't touch LA anywhere. They don't realize LA's right there. Other side of LAX, that is LA. They do come down this way. So it's a team from PD, fire, all the way through. Unless you have that kind of team that we have, from Navigator to Myra to everybody else, we can't get there by ourselves. If you take one piece away, we become less effective. But I think going forward, we want to make sure we continue the team process and do not look to our outside partners more than we have to. We know the system now. Now it's our system. It's our blueprint. It's our plan. We continue going forward, and whatever money we get from Supervisor's office, but anybody else, keep us going. That's what we should focus on. And I don't think we need to make any more. I wouldn't tweak it. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And when I say 41 to 2, it's not bragging if it's proof. If it's real, if you back it up, it's not bragging. Look at our numbers. So I'm not saying I'm not immune to people from City 11 when they get shoved out one area, they're going to come down this way. Of course not. But our plan is in place to handle whatever influx comes this way. We can handle it. We don't overreact. We've not seen numbers, according to George's metrics, we've not seen the jump and everybody else's numbers. We keep saying we're going to see numbers. We've not seen that jump yet. So keep doing what you're doing. Keep it on that path. Then we're good to go. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll be brief. It is a team effort, and I think it started back in 2017. I think we were on the council as well, and start with the homeless task force. I think Lee Phillips was on that task force. But I also need to call out George Gabriel. I mean, he might be the secret sauce here because he has been here the entire time. when we had no funding from the county, when we were trying to figure out how to do things, we were trying to find out, you know, how do we collaborate, connect, coordinate? So he's been a constant, right? And, you know, with Myra, with the Met team, it is an extraordinary team effort, and we do benefit by being small and knowing each other. It's great that we have the homeless outreach on the app. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think you are one of the #1 users.
Yep. Thank you.
And that is very helpful. So, you know, I really, and I actually just want to say we were up in Sacramento for League of California Cities with a lot of staff, including George Gabriel. We happened to be walking back from a meeting at night, and you know, Sacramento is a huge problem with unhoused individuals. And there was somebody in a medical crisis and kind of panicking who was unhoused. And of all of us, George stopped and talked to the person to find out what they needed, used his phone to call an ambulance. So this person, you know, doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. I got it right.
Yep.
So we are extraordinarily fortunate and grateful to you for those efforts. So, you know, whatever direction my colleagues are going to go with this, I'm sure I will agree.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Lesser.
The one request for direction tonight concerns the Functional Zero Street Homelessness Program, and I wanted to pick up on some questions that Councilmember Napolitano asked, and that has to do with the amount of staff time that would be involved and the potential cost that would be involved in our participating. Confirm that?
So, in terms of staff time, I want to put Ronson on the spot and just say, Ronson, you won't require a lot of me, right? In all seriousness, staff does not foresee a lot of staff time right now. If it does become concerning, I think we'd communicate that with Ronson as well, and inform him that this is going a little bit too far. But judging by our interactions with Ronson, it's very team-oriented. I know he has an analyst that works hand in hand with him on all this stuff, and Myra, obviously her focus is going to be primarily outreach. That's her primary focus. But you know, some of her time is going to be required as well. In terms of direct general fund dollars, no general fund dollars will be dedicated to this.
I think my comment would be, we are part of a larger region, and as was indicated by one of the speakers, many of those that are unhoused come from other parts of our region. So I am all in favor of seeing how we can participate, certainly sharing our data in a way that does not overly tax our assistant to the city manager, because we are a city without an assistant city manager. Our assistant to the city manager has many other responsibilities, many other subject areas that he's involved in, and this is one of those areas which we all consider very important, but we have to be mindful of how his time and our dollars as a city are allocated. So I would be in favor of moving forward with a review and the request to come back with the next update, and then we can see how much time, in fact, is going into this regional survey.
Great, thank you. Did you want?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, to that point, well, a couple things. So maybe if we are so complimentary of George and the job he's done on this and so many other things, we should reevaluate that issue of assistant city manager and not just provide accolades. As my old boss used to say, all praises, or yeah, all praises, no raises. Well, maybe that should change with George. I'll leave that to you good folk. But as far as participation in the functional zero, sorry folks, I see this as a PR thing. I don't really see it. I think that whatever criteria, Ronson, you need, tell George what questions you want asked of the folks that we deal with. We can email you those answers. You can slot them into the Excel spreadsheet. Other than that, it's a bunch of photo ops I don't really think we need to get into. I think Manhattan Beach is doing a great job with the program that it's put together with the help of many others, and it should continue on that path and not try and spread itself too thin. And if anybody wants to come here and see how it works and how it succeeds, they can observe as long as they don't interfere. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. I agree with those comments. I really just don't want anything to get in the way of Myra doing her work or George doing his work. And again, anybody, I go to these conferences, people ask me, how do you do it? I say, just come on by. You know, we'll take you around. Nobody's taking me up on it. I saw Karen Bass, in January at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I said, hey, I think we got an approach here that'll work fine. Yeah, give me a call. Anyway. There's just so much money that's been put into this effort, and I'm sure there's one person who's fully employed to come up with new names of things and new alphabets and what it means and acronyms and things like that. It's just hard work, okay? It is really, really hard work, and we've got angels among us here, that do that work. Selflessly, professionally, accurately. We did get a grant for 3 cities to share, a homeless navigator. It was totally ineffective. Fortunately, we had the funds that we could go ahead and get a dedicated navigator, and that's so important. And we have George there. We have MB Safe. We have them. Finding people. We've got the app and, teaching people how to use the app. We're teaching our residents, how not to treat, the people who are homeless. And don't give them money. Don't give them food. It sounds cruel, but what you're doing is you're enabling them to spend another day in homeless. And it's dangerous. Think about it. Think if you had to find a place to sleep in Manhattan Beach and sleep, for several nights in a row and things like that. It's very, very dangerous. So, that education with our residents and the ones who care. The ones who send me emails with a photo and things like that. And the other reason we want to, keep, report homeless is that, that way we can track them. So when their resources do come in, we can get them to those resources. So to keep track of them. But it's just hard work. You don't need a 27-page report. You need 5 things. Find them, talk with them, gain their trust, get them into services, and then rinse, repeat. It's just that simple. It's complex in many ways based upon the individuals, but it's that simple, just keep at it and at it and at it. And, I just can sing nothing but praises to our efforts here. Ronson, you heard the comments about taking staff time away from things like that. I agree with that, but certainly anything you need from us, you're helping us. It is a great partnership. We'll just go ahead and we'll take a vote, or is it just a direction? So I would say that our direction is to just keep on doing what we're doing, get an assessment of what it might take in terms of staff time to provide the statistics, and then we can go from there. George?
Council is comfortable with staff proceeding with the commendation program, correct? Council is comfortable with staff proceeding, or no?
But proceeding with the
commendation program that's proposed by the COG. Because I heard of an assessment, and so an assessment of the program is different from beginning. And so would you like us to proceed and begin working with the COG right away, or would you like us to assess the staff implications and report back to you?
Right, that's right, yeah, to assess, yeah.
Got it.
Okay. All finished? Great. Okay, let's go on to item number L. City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234 reports. Seeing none, we want to go on to number 10. Consideration of a request by Councilmember Lesser and Mayor Pro Tem Howorth to discuss the city's support of Manhattan Beach Neighborhood Watch programs.
I'll be a third.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just perhaps a little context for direction to staff. I'd simply say the following, and that is most people don't realize that our Manhattan Beach Neighborhood Watch program is not an extension of our city department. It is also not a legal entity. It is just a group of volunteers. So my request is for council to provide a little more direction as to its structure, to understand what its structure is, to see how the city can support it going forward, particularly as it's changing, as all of us are changing with regard to trying to protect ourselves against crime and using electronic platforms, and what sort of support and personnel the city can really provide. So that's the reason for bringing it up and the proposal for some council direction.
I'm still a third.
Thank you.
Terrific.
Oh, I thought you were going to pull it away just for that explanation.
Right, yeah. Item number 11, consideration of a request by Councilmember Napolitano and Mayor Pro Tem Howorth to discuss a moratorium on the trash enclosure permit requirements. I'll be the third on that. I'll beat you all to it.
I'm not going to provide an explanation. Sorry.
Wait a minute, let me ask some questions about
No, we've had enough trash talk.
Let me talk.
Okay.
Let's frame this.
Okay, M, future agenda items.
I have one.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask for a second from one of my colleagues to get a report on what we do currently for juvenile diversion and versus what we've done in the past.
Second.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Very
And I can
important.
add more next
You
time.
want some context?
Okay.
No, I'll give it to you next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have another one.
Oh, yes.
I would like us to bring back to council for consideration or reconsideration how we deal with planning commission decisions and appeals of those decisions. Because
I'll second it unless you want to provide more context.
Right, way back when, I'll provide my explanation. It was a much easier process. I understand there's some legal parameters and casework, but I think that the process that we have now is backwards, and council should weigh in and have an earlier weigh in, and having this 2 council member thing by written decision. It used to be at council meetings you could do that, so I think we need to reassess how we're doing that, because there are things that council might want to follow up on that gets lost in the shuffle.
Okay. Good. Okay, we got that second. So any more? Item number N, the city manager report.
I have no reports this evening, thank you.
That's the correct answer. O, city attorney report.
And nothing tonight.
Bingo. P, informational items. None? Seeing none. And so we will be adjourning to, we will be adjourning at 4 o'clock on September 17th, 2024.